Hello? Oh, wait. 1 second. Sorry. I was kind of rushing to get on starting soon. For some reason, my VTube studio just didn't want to open. I was like, wait, I can't stream without my VTuber model. Hello? Okay. Timer start. Hi, everybody. Mabusai. No, we're not watching Team Sky today. We're not watching Team Sky. Yeah, I was like, VTuber model. I can't stream without the VTuber model. I was like, your task manager, like, please open, close, force end task, open, and then it finally opened. And then, yeah, when's the next Tomodachi stream? I have no idea. The next, like, 2 weeks for, like, streams is gonna be weird. It's gonna be really weird because I have finals coming up. So I think we're gonna be doing a lot of React streams for the next week or so. I need to do my tag lock stream for Slimbo, but I that's gonna be like a long stream, so I've been waiting for a day to do that. I'm probably gonna do that after finals are done. Good luck with finals. Thank you. I have a lot. I have a lot. Anyways, I hope everybody's having a good day. I know I'm streaming a little late. I usually end around this time, but I had some errands to run today. I had a lot of them. I had an appointment today, and I still wanted to stream. So I was like, yeah, we'll just do like a Friday stream. We'll do a Friday stream. That doesn't hurt. Do you think Subathon ends today? I hope so. It's May. It's May 1st. It has to end today. Don't you have a Record of Ragnarok outfit? No. Question mark? What? Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted. Okay, I do want to kind of, I guess, talk about something. It's like a little bit of a harder topic to talk about. I try not to be like negative about anything, but I do kind of want to address some things just really quick. I mentioned it in my Discord server, so, but I do want to address it on stream, since I felt like, you know, if I address it in Discord server, I kind of have to address it on stream. But I don't want it to make it seem like I'm targeting anyone, because truthfully, this has been something I've been needing to kind of like talk about with my community. And I think it's really important for me as a streamer or like creator, right, to establish boundaries with my viewers and my community. So I do want to just address it just really quick. I don't want to take too long, but opinions in regards to my content or the way I kind of run my channel, my Discord server, and all the such, you are 100% entitled to them, and that is okay. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you you're not allowed to have an opinion, because that's absolutely not okay. However, there is a time and place always for those type of things, which is why I have a suggestions box, and I also have a ticket system in my server. And those are in place for a reason. Because I often, you know, I get suggestions, and then the ticket system is also to ask questions and also being like, hey, Sai, like, maybe in the future do this, you know. And I also run community surveys a few times a year. I'm actually pretty overdue to run one pretty soon. So, probably you'll see that pretty soon. But those community surveys are there for you guys as a community to give me constructive feedback for, stuff. Back. Thank you so much for the 18 months tier 3. What the heck? Thank you. So please don't be, I guess, putting that type of stuff in a general chat where everybody can see it, everybody shares. I take a lot of feedback to heart. Not personally, I guess, but I do like really listen to you guys. However, I think there's always a time and place for that, and it's not in my general chats. So please utilize the community surveys. The ticket system, and the suggestions for that. But yeah, I also want to establish something that I do want to address with my community. Is I honestly, I love bantering with my chat, and I love teasing, like the banter and teasing is like fine, but I feel like recently it's been a lot, and I would like to humbly ask if we could maybe take a step back from that. Just because I guess what I'm trying to say is I appreciate like the banter and stuff, but please do be mindful because sometimes it does bother me a little bit. Some stuff can get old. Absolutely, you're so right, Drag Toner. But yeah, something went across your line. This is just one thing I've been holding on to for some time, and I think it's actually, I was reading a Twitter thread the other day from another VTuber talking about how important it is for creators and VTubers to establish boundaries, and I feel like I don't do a great job at that because I'm someone that's like, I don't want to cause any issues or cause discomfort, but at the same time, like, this is supposed to be my safe space and I should be able to stream and have fun, you know? So if we could take a step back from banter, or not banter, I guess from the teasing and like, I guess making fun of me. I don't know. I don't mind it every now and then, but when it I feel like it's like all that's happening, it does get a little exhausting. But yeah, I don't want to harp on it too much just because, you know, it's I don't want to be too negative, but at the same time I feel like this is very important for me to kind of voice and let you guys know. And I know most of my community, at least I hope most of my community understands, and I'm here to have a good time, to have fun, and yeah, so yeah, I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not like, I don't want anybody to feel that like, oh, Poseidon's upset with me, because that's not, no. I love all of my viewers. I love every single one of you, and I cannot express in words how, oh my god, I'm gonna get emotional, but how appreciative you guys take time out of your days to click on my stream out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of streams you guys could have clicked. You chose my stream to click on, and I'm so incredibly grateful. And yeah, I guess kind of leading into a positive note, I also want to thank you guys for 40,000 subscribers on YouTube. I hit 40,000 yesterday? The other day. Was it the other day? Was it yesterday? I can't remember. The days have been, can you tell I've been not getting much sleep? I haven't been sleeping too well recently, but the days have been starting to mix with each other, and I can't remember what happened yesterday and what happened the day before. But anyways, I hit 40,000 on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for the support on YouTube. Honestly, I am shocked to see such a large number of people subscribed. So thank you to everybody that subscribed on my YouTube, and also thank you guys for everybody that's also following and subbed on Twitch. I don't know how to express other than like thank you, because I honestly have never thought that I would ever be here. Yeah. If you had asked me like 4 years ago that I would be where I'm at, I would have just pointed and laughed at you and been like, ha, that's a really funny joke. That's funny. Ha! But here I am, and I'm really looking forward to hoping I can hit 50K one day, because I feel like 50K is such a large milestone as well. So yeah, going into my 3rd year as being Poseidon, I'm very, very excited to continue on. I know some people were like, she's gonna graduate at some point, and you know, that's definitely, you know, one of the inevitable things, right, of being a VTuber. There's going to be a day where I will have to G-word. But I don't foresee those days coming anytime soon. So thank you guys so much for the support. You guys, I would not be here without you, and I would not be here without the Mythos staff and the wonderful editors and stuff. But also rude. What? Is it the G word? Is the G word rude? Is G wording rude? You do 3rd anniversary subathon, we carry it over. I think the 6,500 is where I'm just gonna end it. If whatever comes first, either 6,500 or the timer hits 0. That's where it's done. That is where I will be putting an end. And well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'll do it uncapped again anytime soon. But yeah, I actually had a plan at the beginning of the year. I was like, oh, subathon's gonna end in a week, and then the next event I was gonna do after that was like a birthday donathon. But with how long subathon's been going, I don't think I'm doing any birthday donathon subathon. I think we're just gonna do a celebration stream and that's it. Because my birthday's coming up pretty soon. My birthday's coming up in 2.5 months? Less than 2.5 months. Yeah. I will say, I already know after my birthday, I will be taking a 2-week break from streaming. I have a lot of trips I'm making in July. A lot of trips. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a week. No more thoughts. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not for until the end of the year. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just kind of happy to vibe. Yeah, I really did think it was gonna be a week. I really did, because truthfully, the subathons and stuff I had done before, I never like hit all of the goals. So I thought this time was going to be the same, but I guess I'm the clown for thinking that. I'm the clown for thinking that. Yeah, I guess I'm the clown. I'm the clown. Also, I should change my background. It's like golden hour. There we go. It's sunset time. You underestimate. Oh, baby. Maybe I perclaps was wrong. Please forgive. I was wrong. Anyways, I hope you guys had a wonderful day today. I had a hair appointment this morning. I know, that's how I get this hair nice and gorgeous. I do have to get it maintenance every few months, making sure the hair is clean. Pablo and Raul are happy. Speaking of, where's my horse? There's my horse. Making sure they're happy. And yeah, so I got a text from one of my friends. Her mom is a teacher at a school, and she texted me and was like, hey, Sai, you wouldn't happen to, like, you know, be available tomorrow to, like, bake some stuff for some of my coworkers? And I was just like, well, it depends. What are you asking for? And she was like, well, we want a dozen cinnamon rolls, 2 focaccia breads, as well as a chili crisp sourdough loaf. And mind you, that's a lot. This was yesterday morning, okay? This was yesterday morning, and I was like, yeah, I can do it. So after the collab stream yesterday, I spent 5 hours. What time did I go to bed? I went to bed at 2 a.m. Oh no, I spent about 6 hours baking in my kitchen. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Because I couldn't say no. I was like, yeah, I'll do it. Smiles. I can bake a bunch of cinnamon rolls for you. Mind you, cinnamon rolls, I think out of all of like the baked goods I make, those take the longest. They take the longest because I have to make the dough, I have to make the filling, and I have to make the frosting. And here's the thing, I don't do store-bought nothing, all right? I make everything from scratch, okay? So I think I was at midnight. I covered my dining table with like a silicone mat, and I was just there rolling dough. And I was asking myself, I'm like, I really need to learn how to say no or tell them I can do it on Monday instead. But I did it. I delivered them this morning and they were very happy. They were very happy. They're like, yes, Sai, thank you so much. And I got a text earlier. They're like, everything was delicious. Thank you. I should probably tell her to maybe give me a few days advance. Don't ask me the day before. She did tip pretty well though. So I think she understood that asking for quick turnaround may require more payment. That's pretty brutal. I don't know if I would take that again. Skittles, thank you so much for following. Thank you. But I'm really excited. Once I am finished with classes, I want to stream more. I want to bake more. I think I'm really considering start selling some of my like baked goods. Start selling some of my baked goods at like local cafes. I really want for Offkai to have some of my baked goods at the Mythos booth. I don't know if I could sell them, but maybe I could give them away. I don't know. Raffle for bread made by Miss Poseidon Mythos? I don't know. I feel like that would be really silly. That would be really funny. Being like, wow, I have a loaf of bread baked by my Oshi. My Oshi's hands touch this bread. I'm not taking any custom requests, by the way. I don't want anyone in my chat being like, Poseidon, if you're gonna bake me some bread for me to pick up at Offkai, can you please spit in it? Like, don't ask me none of that. Please don't ask me none of that. That is disgusting and I don't like that. Auction off the bread and Offkai. I don't even know if that's allowed. I was told Dio was giving out grapes last year and I was like, grapes? She was just giving out grapes? What if I just gave out bread? Size savory snacks. I don't, what would if I had a bakery, what would I call it? What would I call it? What would I call a bakery by Sai? Size? Guys, quick, I need ideas. Guys, quick, I need ideas. Guys, quick, I need ideas. The soggy loaf. That doesn't sound appetizing. Didn't someone sell deodorant at a convention once? Yeah, but here's the thing with deodorant. It's not a food. Sai Hertel. A Sai career. Sai career. Bakery. Poseidon's Big Cake Dump Truck Bakery. Hi, Midnight Castle. Hello. Hi, VX. I'm gonna take a sippy of Dwinky Dwink because my throat. Can't believe my ability to watch Sai longer today is because of stomach issues. No! Not the tummy hurt! Tummy hurt is the worst, man. Tummy hurt is the worst. What is going on? What is happening on my screen? Oh, it's the Fugi. Let me turn that off. Fugi Tech is acting up. Sai will be able to heal me. I don't know about that one, fam. I don't know about healing. What did I just listen to? What? Sai's Big Dump Truck Bakery? What do you mean? That's an awesome, and that is an amazing name for a bakery. I have no idea what that says, John D. I don't know what that says. Man, I'm not kicking anyone's stomach. I'm not kicking anybody. The Savage DM, thank you so much for follow. Oh, the sweet side. Or on the sweet side. Wait, that's kind of cute. I can't read Greek, brother. Don't be fooled. I may be a quote-unquote Greek god, but I am 90% Filipino, 10% idiot. I'm 10% stupid. She was a homeschooled Greek. Yeah. Yeah. We just said spit of the bread and reminded me of a scene from Shimanana. I don't know what that is. 90% idiot, 10% Filipino. What? What? I am, please understand, I'm stupid. Please understand, I'm also a TCG player. I don't fucking read for anything. I play card and hope it works. I'm also fluent in Pikachu. Yes, that is very true. Yeah, I haven't been playing card games recently. Like, I'm not even showing up to Pokemon Lucas to me. One, because I think I have some thoughts right now on some people at my locals, and I just don't want to deal with it today. And number two, I'm burnt out. I'm tired. I just want, you know, it's very, you know, the last few Friday nights I've been just sitting on my couch, and I'm like, this is kind of nice. The quietness, the aloneness. Yeah. I stop speaking. I'm autistic, so I know how stupidity works. What? Don't say that. Don't say that. It's okay. You're on the spectrum. That doesn't mean you're stupid. That doesn't mean you're stupid. Because my sister will say the same thing. She'll be like, Sai, I'm autistic. Thus I'm stupid. And I'm like, no, don't say that. Don't degrade yourself like that. You're fine. You might make like stupid decisions, but you're not stupid. And I'm satisfied, dude. I have 1 week right now to get a paper done, to do an app and design an app, like a mobile app, and I'm like crashing out right now. I'm like actually losing my mind. I was really considering just like not streaming this coming week to do everything, but I'm like, no, Sai, guess what? You could stream and you could not sleep. That's fine. Let chat write the app coding. Oh my god, don't even get me started on coding, man. I look at that and I'm like, we'll see. I wanna, that's why I'm doing today's stream, because I wanna get some like React stuff going. I feel like I haven't felt the need to play Yu-Gi in a while. That's how I felt. I haven't felt the need to play card games in a bit. You know, I've just been just enjoying life. By enjoying life, I mean I'm slaving away at schoolwork. I don't want to talk too much about school though. I don't want to talk too much about school. Is there a game design and I get coding nightmares? Oh my god. I could probably do basic stuff. But I guess what's required for this project is like I designed something, because I think this class is more of a design class than a coding class. It was more like, if you could, it would be nice, but it's not necessary. So, but here's the thing, I don't like doing bare minimum on any of my projects, you know what I mean? I want to make sure I let the professor know that I care and I want a good grade. So I'm like, do I code or do I not? Even though it's not required. I mean, I fuck up more than wet from paper. My mind doesn't flip like a switch. No, I feel you. I can be that way too. Also, it's an addict. Thank you so much for the follow. I was dealing with some coding in my old game tester job, and I had to write bug reports. Oh. I hope there's still jobs like that. I hope there's still jobs like that out there. Your current rank on champions not high. I don't even know. I don't even know. I haven't touched champions in a little bit. I haven't really touched any games outside of like stuff I've done on stream in a little bit. I am so looking forward for 3 months of freedom. Yeah, you still gotta design it first. You gotta worry about the coding after. Exactly. That's the most important part. Would you ever do a smash or pass? Maybe. I do like Kinky Mason a lot. Her stuff's pretty cool. Her stuff is pretty sexy. Smiles. I've places in Halo, but unfortunately with dream jobs, it doesn't pay like my current one. No, that's so real. Sometimes I feel like we're living in a time right now where we do have to make decisions that for survival, you know, I won't judge. I won't judge. I won't judge anybody trying to, you know, hustle and bustle and make their living. At least I can say I did it once. Exactly. At least you can tell people that you've done that now. Which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do after college. I'll be really honest. All I know is that I do want to be an OL, and that's it. I haven't thought much past that. I'm just like, well, I could be an OL. I could live the nice 9-to-5 office life. And that'll be okay with me. For real, yes, I want to be an OL. My OL arc. I want my OL arc really bad. I know people, I've talked to other OL like friends, and they're like, Sai, trust, you don't want to be an OL. And then the other half of them are like, yeah, my OL job is nice. I do like it. And I'm like, oh, I want that. I want a job that requires me to sit behind a desk for a few hours, do some stuff, and then go home. Depends on the OL. Yeah, I guess it depends on like what company and like I guess what particular position you're in. But that's all I want. I just want an office job. That's it. A chill office job where I have good coworkers. But apparently that's a lot to ask for nowadays. At least that's what I'm told. Because if you look at our job market now, it's like, get through college, so we'll be disappointed for your parents. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I speak from experience. You'll be consistency. For real. Work from home office job at its peak because I could wake up 2 minutes before my shift and work from there. Dude, work from home jobs are so nice, but I feel like they're harder to find nowadays. They were easier to find during the you-know-what 6 years ago because nobody was working in office. But believe it or not, I did have an office job before I was Psy. Or I guess during the beginning of Psy, and then I got laid off, unfortunately. I was unfortunately a victim of layoffs. But I did have my OL arc for a little bit, but now I'm in school and I'm like, I want a higher ranked OL arc. Accounting is great. You know, I've really considered accounting. So I took accounting for a year this last year. And I was okay. I will say I was pretty good at it. And it's so sad because after my semester was over of my final accounting class, my professor was like, Sai, like, you did some really great work this semester. Are you gonna look into being an accountant? And as much as I did like good work during that semester, I looked her dead in the eye and I was just like, no. I know I did good work, but I'm not gonna lie, I hated all of it. I couldn't do it. Like, I mean, I could do it, but I was miserable doing it. Yeah, at least the layoff came with benefits. True. And then I worked a little bit, and then I was like, I'm gonna go back to school. Yeah, I went from work from home to hybrid. I think hybrid is probably the most one of the most common schedules for like corporate OL jobs, where like you'll work in office like maybe 4 days a week, 3-4 days a week, and then work the other 1 to 2 from home. That seems to be a common schedule. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might be at the mercy of the job market in a few years. I don't know, we'll see. I guess I'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yeah, nowadays it's pretty difficult to find lay jobs. At least reasonable paying ones. Yeah. I work at a grocery store as hell. Yeah, I have some friends that have worked at grocery stores and they don't like it. it's pretty nice to clock out from work and be like, not my problem till the next shift. No, that's so real. I remember at my last office job, actually, this was something I got talked to about a lot, but I held my ground on it, which I think was maybe one of the factors that got me laid off. Was the company I was working for didn't like, so I was contracted to work a 9 to 5, and after 5 o'clock, any work that was left over would be rolled over into the next day. At least that was what was explained to me when I had gotten the job and I signed on it. So, my supervisors, it was actually maybe just like 1 or 2 of them. Because it was like a whole group of them. There was like 5 of them, and 1 or 2 of them was like, didn't like the fact that I didn't finish. Okay, so the work that I was assigned for the day, I would get finished, and then I would start working on other stuff, and then I wouldn't finish that other stuff, and I would be like, all right, I'm gonna work on it the next time I come in, and they're like, Sai, you need to finish it. I'm like, well, you said that once 5 o'clock hits, any unfinished work will get rolled over the next day, and I was still hitting my like daily goals or whatever that they had for me. But I guess because I came off a little bit as like stern and holding my ground, that might have, I would like to be, I'm inclined to think that might have been one of the factors that got me laid off. And I was like, well, it's on the contract that I signed, and I'm also not behind on my work, so I don't see a problem with any of this. But yeah, I was a victim of one of those corporate layoffs. Yeah, it sucked. It sucked a lot. It sucked. But I will say I'm very, very grateful to be able to you know, Sai does give me, that was actually something that's been talked about recently a lot. They wanted you to go overtime, yes. And I think they failed to understand. Here's the thing, they wanted me to go overtime, but they didn't want to pay me for overtime. They really had a big policy where like, they were like, please clock out at 5. But then they expected us to work past 5 if we didn't finish, like if we had to clock out in the middle of a task. But I was like, no, that is tomorrow's problem. That is tomorrow's problem. You pay me to work, you don't pay me enough to smile. No, that's so real. I will forever remember that quote. Yeah. Connor, really glad to see me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was pretty horrible workplace. Do not recommend. I don't recommend ever. Anyways, what was I talking about other than like the job market? Horrible, horrible. I'm very scared. A lot of places are like that now. I tell my boss buddy for time. Once I hit 40, I'm in the wind. But yeah, I will say things happen for a reason. I've always been a believer in like, how do I word this? Things happen for a reason, and you may not be clear right away, but you are where you're meant to be. And that is something I've always kind of held on to. Yeah. So, as much as sometimes life kind of likes to throw curveballs at you, you can get through it. Everything will be fine. But yeah. Store doesn't want anyone to go overtime, but the problem is every Sunday the online shopping gets swapped on orders that tend to stay 15 minutes orders at a time. Yeah. Space Fish, thank you so much for the follow. I have a friend that works in like Target, and they work in like Drive Up, and they tell me all the time how like they refuse to clock out if they're still working, and that, you know. Oh, that's what I was talking about! I was talking about, there's been quite the Twitter VTuber debacle recently. And I guess maybe not debacle, but I guess a conversation. First one was how to optimize shorts, which I'm still working on that. I don't have any input on that. But I guess there was like a conversation about subscriber count equating to income. I think that is a great, like, how do I say it? very rough guideline. Because I'll be honest, I'll sit here and tell you, as much as my main YouTube has 40K, I don't make a lot from YouTube. I'm not gonna tell you the amount, but let's just say it's enough. It's like barely enough for groceries. So I don't like saying that like subscriber counts or follow counts equate to income, because that's absolutely not true. It's absolutely not true. Enough to buy bread is definitely enough to buy some flour. But definitely not enough for me. It like barely covers my utilities. That's like barely. Actually, maybe not actually, now that I'm thinking about it. 6-7 per year. So I think a lot of creators, this is just my thing. I am very focused on YouTube, specifically my second channel. Although I have been uploading every day for shorts on my main channel, which by the way, you should watch. My awesome, actually, I should just pull it up. Spoiler alert, we're reacting to M&J TV today. We're not reacting to Team Sky today though. That's too long. I'm gonna probably wait a little bit to react to that. But can I, where's my... That is the wrong overlay, but we're gonna just work with it. Also, speaking of overlay, I need to change this. This is pissing me off right now. There we go. Oh. There we go. Where is my browser? There it is. Okay, let me just make sure I pick the right browser to show. Because there's other browsers I can't show. But if you haven't noticed yet, please go watch my shorts. My YouTube manager, shout out to my YouTube manager. OMG Size Live. It's Sizeception. My YouTube manager started making thumbnails for my shorts, and they're so funny. Like, he actually edited Thanos' chin on me. Like, he sent this to me, and I was like, how much time did you spend on that? So yeah, I started uploading shorts daily. Please go watch. This one has 6.7K views for whatever reason, but please go watch. I'm trying to get it consistently out for like the next few months. So yeah, shout out to all my shorts editors, by the way. They're all awesome. They are all amazing. I feel so bad sometimes because I'm like, I don't want to say I overload them with work, because they can definitely communicate with me, but I'm just like, guys, look at all these clips, please edit them. And they're like, oh, okay. Sinos. But yeah, shout out to my YouTube manager, Adrian's Paradise. He's been working pretty hard. He's also taken over running my second channel for me, which is pretty cool. He's made all of my thumbnails since the Backrooms video. Everything up to then he has made, and it's awesome. And I love my YouTube manager and my YouTube team. They're all amazing. I haven't been watching the shorts since I'm like, anything to comment with first. Even if you're not first. Yeah, go and subscribe. Guys, a great reminder, if you have not subscribed to my second channel, please go sub. Hoping that I can hit 20K on my second channel. But yeah, I think a lot of people kind of maybe don't understand that a lot of creator income comes from actually like views on YouTube. If they do YouTube, it's that, because the views, what you get paid for like a video scales a lot with 1, the views, and 2, retention rate. So the longer you watch a video, the more the creator is gonna get paid. So yeah, I'm not gonna go too much into my analytics and like revenue and stuff, because I feel like that's not something I should be showing on stream. But yeah, don't be fooled. Just because somebody has like 40K subscribers does not mean they make a lot of money, because I don't. But also, I'm not really like super consistent on main channel uploads anymore. I think I've been focusing more on my second channel and my shorts. So yeah, Dreadful, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm trying to brainwash all of the Mythos talents right now. upcoming ones too. I'm like, guys, YouTube's great. YouTube's great. YouTube is, I always say YouTube is king. Okay, not to say any other like content platform or anything is ass. That's absolutely not true. But I think the best way I can describe it is don't put all your eggs in one basket. Definitely try other platforms. I will say my TikTok's dead. I know it's been dead. I know it's been like honk shwoo over there, but also I'm like 90% sure I'm shadow banned on TikTok because of my boobs. And yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna try TikTok anytime soon. I was talking with my managers about it. They're like, let's just get your YouTube shorts off the ground and then we'll consider going into TikTok. Yeah, because I've tried TikTok and it hasn't really paid off for me. It is quite a bit of other effort. I know there's like other platforms where you could just like, oh yeah, multi-post and stuff. But I feel like TikTok's like a whole other algorithm I just don't even want to touch right now. So yeah, don't listen to me though. I think VTubers should try TikTok. It just hasn't worked for me, and that's okay. Like sometimes, you know, I've seen some VTubers, they don't like TikTok, but they really like YouTube Shorts, and then it's vice versa, where some VTubers really love TikTok and they just don't want to touch their shorts. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, I do think it is a good idea to kind of, you know, put your eggs in more than one basket. For me right now, those baskets are Twitch, YouTube, and X. Sorry, I'm sorry. I deeply apologize for calling it X because it's Twitter. Arrow stuff works right on TikTok. Yeah, I agree. I think the way I kind of see it is that a lot of the general audience for TikTok are non-VTuber fans. So optimizing content for like that specifically is probably smart. Double post to TikTok is easy enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I also think that because I've seen others, because I've talked to Apollo about this, where she has it so she posts like, I guess, a TikTok at different times of the day. And I've tried that too for a while, and then there was, for some reason, so obviously I have an alt TikTok, okay, nobody come after it, but I do have an alt TikTok, and I'll post something on my main TikTok, and then I'll check on my alt TikTok to see if it's there, and it's just not there. So that's why I'm like, TikTok, I'm pretty sure is shadow banning my accounts, which is unfortunate because I don't want to be shadow banned. But that was also another reason why I had decided to probably update my model, which I'm hoping will be updated in the next few months. So yeah. I left your shorts open, so I fell asleep. My history was nothing but YouTube shorts. Let's go! For YouTube, it's easier to navigate. Twitch is a nightmare to navigate. Yeah, and that's why I like to dual stream. I like giving my audience an option, but I also understand. I think ever since I started dual streaming, my CCV has gone down because I know some of my like Twitch viewers were like, oh, I like YouTube, so I'm gonna go over to YouTube. So that was kind of maybe one of my fewer regrets as Psy, or I guess earlier regrets, is I wish I started multi-streaming. Or like started as Psy multi-streaming versus like starting on Twitch and then later down the line being like, hi guys, I'm actually multi-streaming, and it split my audience. But I think it's been doing okay recently, you know. Say someone, yeah! I think I showed it last stream, but I'm gonna show it again because I think it's really cool. I'm really excited. It has more pink in the design. Oh no, is it too big? There we go. Look how bonita she is, and she's a lot more covered up. Twitch, don't shoot me anymore. Listen, my coochie's covered. I have more coverage on my boobage, and it's pretty cool. Trust. But yeah, there's more pink now. Get some more accent colors in there. Over 2 stars, having a dream again. Yeah, I guess it's more of a dress now. But yeah, hopefully that'll get rigged soon. Yes, when all else fails, you trust in Poopa. When all else fails. Right now with my current model, if I go like this, I might get like bonked, you know? As much as the boobage is nice. I will say, I tell this to everybody, I didn't have very much say in my design, because if I did have more say, I would have, I definitely would have changed a few things. But I really do love this design. It's pretty cool. It's pretty sick. I don't fucking lie. Anyway, shall we get reacting? I feel like I've been yapping way too much. Way too much. Are we, we're going full screen today? I do like the full screen for the reacting. Reacting full screen's kind of sexy, I'm not gonna lie. You know what else is sexy? Buying my merch. Yes, this is now the ad for the stream. The personal side ad. Did you know that if you buy my merchandise, whether that is an acrylic stand, some sleeves, a playmat, a deck box, you will have good luck for the rest of your life. Trust. For legal reasons, that is a joke. But you should go buy my merch because I'm really cool and I'm awesome. And that is a great way to support me and also get something really cool out of it. Because, yeah, I will say some of my, my deck box might be one of the best in the market. Anyways, can you tell we're reacting to M&J TV today? Let me turn off the music. Oh. No, Sai, don't leave the screen. You're too cool. Don't leave the screen. You're too cool. Where is... There it is. Details of my hands will get arthritis. If you want to make fan art, and you don't have to do all the details, that is fine. I'm okay with that. I'm honestly super okay with that. Listen, man, I see people do fan art and it's just doodles of me, and I fucking love it. It's awesome. I'm gonna get bonked. Yeah, you know, I got bonked one time with this model. It wasn't like a ban or anything. It was just a warning. They were just like, hey, by the way, sexual content. And I'm like, I was just playing Pokemon, my guy. Ever since I was subbed to Sai, my luck has greatly increased. New M&J TV video alert. We are going to be watching Pokemon Stats Explained. Don't know what's happening here, but we're gonna listen to Mikey talk about Pokemon stats. I'm assuming very specific Pokemon, if I had to take a guess, question mark. Anyways, Pokemon stats explained by M&J TV.
Pokemon stats are the bedrock of every Pokemon battle.
Yeah.
But they can be a lot. Base stat,
yeah.
natures, EVs.
My brain is just not processing.
IVs? So many numbers?
Why is it so complicated? I thought this was a kid's game.
Do not ask me to do basic math.
Don't worry, I'm here to help. In this video, I'll explain how Pokemon stats work so you can use that knowledge to take on others in competitive battles, or just make your Pokemon stronger in playthroughs. The 6 Pokemon stats every Pokemon has are HP, short for hit points, not health points. Remember,
What? Health points?
getting indignant about that as a kid, and sometimes
What's wrong with the term health points?
as an adult. Attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Every individual Pokemon has 6 specific numbers in their summary, one for each of these 6 stats. But what do the numbers actually do?
Big number! They're good in the stat. Trust.
Speed is the simplest one. The Pokemon with the highest speed stat moves first on any specific turn. If there are more than 2 Pokemon in a battle, like in a double battle, the Pokemon move in speed order, highest to lowest. You'd like to be able to move first and KO the enemy Pokemon before they can move at all, so generally...
Or you could play Trick Room and you could be slow and move first. But Trick Room takes a turn to set up, I guess.
Generally, higher speed is better. But not always. Trick Room changes...
I read his mind.
The turn order...
I did not watch this video beforehand. Please trust.
From lowest to highest speed, so slower is better there. Additionally, abilities activate in speed order. So if 2 weather-setting Pokemon hit the field at the same time, the faster one's weather activates first, then the slower ones.
I actually did not know that.
Overriding the first one. So slower weather setters are often better. The other 5 stats factor into this complicated formula for determining how
I'm good, brother. I'm good. I just had to memorize all of the like finance formulas of annuity, blah, 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 all the amortization, sinking fund, all that bullshit. I don't even want to think about math right
much
now.
damage any specific Pokemon attack does. This calculation runs every single time an attack happens. Now I know this looks
Listen, man, I just click button and I hope it works.
insane, but all the stuff after the parentheses
life
are
on the
modifiers, like type effectiveness, critical hits, weather, randomness rolls, since an attack doesn't always do the exact same amount of damage, and some other hyper-specific ones. But for the stat piece of things, we really only need to look at the parentheses. Damage
Awesome.
is the raw number of HP the attack will do. So 2 Pokemon with identical everything except HP will take the exact same number of damage, but the one with more HP will effectively lose a smaller percentage of its health. For example, if an attack will do 20 HP of damage, a 100 HP Pokemon will live with 80% of its HP left.
All
A
right.
10 HP Pokemon is knocked out in 1 hit. Level is
Goodbye.
the level of the Pokemon. Surprise. Higher level Pokemon hit
Really?
harder not only because
I had no idea. I'm sorry, that sounded very mean.
they have higher raw stats, but because their actual level matters in damage calculation. Level will of course vary throughout a playthrough, but in the official competitive format, every Pokemon's level is set to 50, which means this part of the equation simplifies
Doesn't exist.
to 22.
I mean, I guess it doesn't exist because it's just a flat number.
Power is the power of the move
22.
used. For example,
What's 22 minus 1? 21. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you tell how old I am?
Earthquake is
My humor is horrible.
100. But then A and D cover the remaining 4 stats. If the move used is physical, A is the user's attack stat, and D is the target's defense stat. If the move used is special, A is the user's special attack, while D is the target's special defense stat. Prior to Diamond and
Nods.
Pearl, the type of the move determined whether it was physical or special. All rock moves were physical, all water special, etc. Since Gen 4,
Nods.
though, each individual damaging move is denoted physical or special
W change. Thank you, Game Freak.
based on the move's, lore, for lack of a better word? Like, what is the Pokemon physically doing when it's using the move? Hit with object or body part? Physical. Blast with beam or magic or elemental energy? Special.
Special.
Another way to generally describe the difference is physical is melee and special is ranged. But that is a generalization. There is a mechanic called contact, whether a move touches the target, and not all physical moves make contact. But we don't need to get into all
Yeah, that's a whole other, like, can of worms.
the intricacies of that here. We got enough intricacies to cover. Because level, power, and A are all in the numerator, that's the word for the top of the fraction, in case you forgot, they all increase damage. So the higher those are, the more damage is done. A is divided by D though, so of course a higher defense or special defense cuts down on the impact of the attacking attack or special attack. Then of course more HP means the damage done has less of an impact, and the higher speed means you get to go first. In short, the higher each of the stats are, the better. There are
Yes.
exceptions, like what I discussed earlier with speed, but in the vast majority of situations, bigger number, better Pokemon. Also, I did say we could ignore all the battle scenario modifiers, but I
I was about to say, isn't there like another modifier?
am going to discuss in-battle stat modifiers,
Yes.
as this is a video about stats. During battle, all stats but HP can be raised or lowered by abilities or moves or items. Some of them will do
Swords dance, my beloved.
kind of an invisible boost, like the Choice Band gives you a 50% attack boost that can't really be changed unless the item is removed. But a lot of them change the stage of the stat. What's happening here is a simple multiplier for that stat. The A and D values, plus speed separately, are being changed.
Yes.
It's just that the precise amount isn't clear most of the time. In-battle modifiers range from -6 to +6. but those refer to stages, not additions or subtractions from the stat value.
Oh my god.
How it works is that you always start at stage 0, where your multiplier is 2 over 2, which is 1, so nothing changes. But for every stage boosted over 0, you add 1 to the numerator. So plus 2 is 4 over 2, so a times 2 multiplier.
Times 2. Guys, I'm learning math.
One use of Swords Dance doubles your attack. A stat can be boosted all the way to plus 6, 8 over 2, thus quadrupling the stat. But if
I don't think I've ever gone into plus 6. Have any of you guys gone into plus 6 on a stat?
the stage is lowered below 0, you don't subtract from the numerator. You'd hit 0 at minus 2. So you instead add to the denominator, the bottom of the fraction. So with 1 Intimidate, you cut the enemy Pokemon to -1 attack, moving from 2 over 2 to 2 over 3, cutting the stat to 66.6% of what it was. This
You accidentally
minimizes
made a Milotic go plus 6 in that one Pokemon Champion stream. Okay, listen, listen, it wasn't my Milotic, so it doesn't count,
is
okay?
at -6, 2 over 8, 1/4 the original value. In games where
Yeah, that game was scripted!
you can view during battle information,
Do not fact check that, please!
you can
Don't fact check that!
see how many stages up or down a Pokemon's stats are. Side note, I should mention accuracy and evasion. These are temporary in-battle stats that work differently, and as you can see from this chart, are significantly more
I'm good, brother.
complicated. They also interact with each other. So it's accuracy stage minus evasion stage, but they still cap at +6 or -6. And then the end multiplier is applied to the move accuracy to get a new chance to hit. Not true stats, because they're temporary, but since they're called stats, I figured I'd give them a quick mention. So
Fair.
then what
That's
determines the
fair.
number value of a specific
understand.
Pokemon's specific stat? How exactly do they get those numbers in their summaries? Well, again, it's complicated formulas. HP has a separate formula from the other
I don't want to think about any more formulas, please. My brain cannot comprehend.
5 stats, but with the exception of nature, which cannot affect HP, both formulas have the same variables: base,
Oh, okay,
IV,
that's not that bad.
EV, and level. Then the non-HP stats have nature. I will cover each of these terms individually. Level is, again, the level of the Pokemon. 1 to 100, you know this one. But
Sai, I'm lost. Can you explain it to me personally? Sure. Big number. Big damage.
clearly, it's very important because it affects both stat and damage calculations. Base is the
Oh my god, please don't tell me there's a quiz!
base stat for that species. If you've ever heard someone, like me, talk about a base stat or a base stat total, this is what they're talking about.
Oh,
Every
okay.
Pokemon species has a different base stat spread. For example, all Charizards have 78 HP, 84 attack, 78 defense, etc. Unfortunately, base stats aren't really made clearly visible in any Pokemon game. Not even Champions. You'll get some loose graphics that generally
I can't even read the goddamn graphic. Okay, I know if it's closer to the little dot, it's big. What's the highest speed stat you could reach at level 100 with 100 base speed? 200?
estimate them, but to get precise values, you have to look online.
Oh god!
Evolved form Pokemon are usually stronger than their unevolved forms because the base stats are higher, thus making the final stats higher since base is in the numerator of the equation. A base stat total, all
I wish I had Pokemon VGC autism, if I'm being really honest.
6 base stats added together, is never used in any
Cause like, I get shocked whenever I see people, like, I will name a Pokemon, they're like listing the stats and stuff, and then they'll be like, well, it'll be these stats with this like build, and then if we do this, and I'm sitting here like, I'm sorry, I can barely tell you what was on my pop quiz in my pre-calc class yesterday. How the fuck do you know all of this?
Battle calculations. Instead, it's just a simplified way to generally measure a Pokemon's overall strength. There are lots of factors that determine how useful a Pokemon is, like moveset,
Brother, you don't need to do that for anything aside from speed. Fair.
type, abilities, etc. But generally, a base stat total 680 legendary is a better and stronger Pokemon than a base
Go Team Sky! Sorry.
stat total 195 Caterpie. Base stats range from 1 up to well over 200. The highest individual base stat is Blissey's 255 HP. But
Huh? That's how much HP is on this motherfucker?
this could always be usurped in the future. By the way, if you're ever looking at like online base stat total charts, Eternamax Eternatus is gonna be at the top and it does not count.
Okay, that does not count. This is fake. This is fake news.
It is not usable by the player. They just coded it that way to make it work for the boss fight. It is not the strongest Pokemon. It's coded
Honestly, Eternatus can kiss my ass.
to be a raid boss. Generally, if a base stat is over 100, it's pretty good.
I love
Pokemon
Freddy
Database
Fazbear.
color codes the base stats when looking at a specific Pokemon, so that can help you get an idea for how good a Pokemon species' particular base stat is.
Haha! It is I, Grunty
Boy!
Boy, and
Oh my god, is he giving out money?
I am enraged!
Why?
I just found out that money in a savings account can earn you money!
That is hilarious. That is, I literally took an exam on that the other day. The questions on the exam were like, if Johnny deposited $1,000 per month for 10 years, and then after the 10 years, he deposited $500 for another 20 years, and then after he deposits $250 for the next 5 years, and it's compounded monthly at this interest rate, and he plans to take it out at this point. What is his final check or savings account number by the end of the entire term? And I sat there and I was just like, I don't know. Johnny is just rich.
By just sitting there!
Yes! You didn't know
That's a
that?
savings
The Hideout
account.
financial literacy classes leave a lot to be desired. They're mainly just take money from other people. But anyways, my savings account is earning me basically
I was about to say, who told you that? He's in Team Rocket. I
nothing.
forgot.
While I know others are earning much more.
That's right. You should switch to Chime, the sponsor of this video
Ooh,
and America's
new sponsor?
#1 choice for banking. Chime's high-yield savings account earns 3.75% APY.
Okay, but how much does it compound?
APY. What is APY?
Annual percentage yield. How much of what's in the account you earn per year.
Oh, so me want appy.
Technically,
What?
yes, but I hated how you said that. But anyways,
what
that
the
APY is 9 times the national average of 0.39%.
That's pretty
So
good.
if you have, let's say, $5,000 in your savings account, then you can do the math.
No, I can't.
Okay, never mind. Guess I will. 0.39% of 5,000 is just around $20 per year, but 3.75% is $187.
Hey, it's $187.
That's $168 extra. More than enough for a new Switch game. In fact, I think that's 2. Plus, with savings tools like goal setting and automation, Chime can help you reach your financial goals. And with the Chime card, you can also get 5% cash back in a category of your choice, like gas, groceries, or dining.
Oh,
my
nice.
God.
I'll earn
Yeah,
cash.
especially nowadays. I don't even want to tell you guys how much I spent on gas.
Back on things I already spend on.
Sign up for Chime now using my link in the description below. Right now, you can get a $100 bonus with a new checking account, exclusively through my link. Plus, you get your paycheck up to 2 days early with direct deposit.
Sweet. I'll do that now and get my appy.
You must stop.
Don't say
Fair.
uppy again.
Ta-ta.
Next is nature. Since Gen 3, every individual Pokemon, not Species has a nature, so two caterpies caught right after one another are likely to have different ones. Natures affect certain things like food flavor preference, but they're big.
Spend a lot on gas. Costco is still Costco's expensive, but I do get gas from Costco.
Biggest impact is on the non-HP stats. There are 25 natures, and 20 boost one stat and lower another. Lonely boosts attack but lowers defense. Sassy boosts special defense and lowers speed, etc. The last 5, hardy, docile, bashful, quirky, and serious, don't affect
neutral.
any stats. Well, I guess technically they boost and lower the same stat, so a net effect of nothing. So they are called the neutral natures.
Champions considers all neutral natures into serious. Interesting. What would I be if I was a nature? Chat, what would I be? Well, question of the day, and if you're a YouTube watcher, you can comment this. If I was a Pokemon nature, what would I be?
The numerical boost or drop natures apply is 10% up or down. Nature is the final variable in the equation, so
Naughty!
if the nature negatively affects that stat, the value is 0.9. If it boosts the stat, it's 1.1. So two Pokemon with everything identical except their nature could have significantly varying stat values. Of all the natures though, there are some that you will hear discussed a lot more often because they're better. The most popular natures are ones that lower the attacking stat a Pokemon is not using. For example, a Machamp has base 130 attack while only
Can I just say, I don't like that this Machamp pixel animation is like his pecs are moving.
a 65 special attack, half as good.
I don't like that at all.
Plus, it learns far more physical moves, so most Machamp aren't going to use their special attack. Therefore, Adamant, Impish, Careful, and Jolly are the best natures for it, since those allow you to boost a stat it will use while dropping the one stat it's never going to use. The most popular natures for special attackers, therefore, tend to be bold, modest, calm, and timid, since they all lower the Pokemon's physical attack. Brave, quiet, relaxed, and sassy natures lower speed, so they find use on Trick Room teams, since lower speed is the goal. The neutral natures can find use in the rare cases where a Pokemon uses both its attack and special attack, called a mixed attacker. But the natures that lower defense or special defense are almost never used intentionally. For many years, the nature that your Pokemon came with is what it was stuck with. But in the more recent games, you can change a Pokemon's nature by using a Nature Mint, or by using VP in Champions. Using a Nature Mint just changes the Pokemon's stats though, which sounds silly to say because that's the most important part, but there are other pieces that it doesn't mess with, like what nature it could pass down to its offspring, or what form of
I don't even want to think about that bullshit.
toxicity your Toxel will evolve into, or
I don't want to think about that.
what food preferences it has. So just keep that in mind if you're doing more cooking than battling. With level, base, and nature covered, there are only
Listen, man, I just make sandwich and I give sandwich. Caleb, thank you for the 100 bits. Natures make sense in the anime as it comes off in their Pokemon's personality. Yippee!
2 variables in the stat formula left, IV and EV. These are the most complicated though. So let's start with the easier one, IVs. IV stands for individual value.
Yeah!
The individual piece refers to the fact that every individual Pokemon, not species, but every guy, has a unique set of IVs. Assuming you don't take any methods to predetermine them, we'll get to some of those. So if you catch 2 of the same species of Pokemon
Failings, my beloved. My 6 little guys.
in a row, their sets of IVs will almost certainly be completely different from each other. Think of them like a Pokemon's genetics. They are born with them and they cannot be changed. At least, they couldn't for a while. We will also get to that. A Pokemon has a total of 6 IVs, 1 for each of the 6 stats. Those IVs range in value from 0 to 31. Why to 31?
31?
A random sounding number? I don't know. I'm not a game programmer, but that's what it is. The IV value in the stat determination formulas is on the top, which means higher IV, better stat. And these have a significant impact. The exact numerical impact will vary, but at level 50, the difference in stat value between 0 IV and 31 IV is around 15 stat points.
Hey, that matters. That will matter.
This has less of an impact on higher stats, but for lower stats, like Gardevoir's defense, going from 31 to 0 is a loss of almost 20%. Competitive battlers almost always want their Pokemon to have perfect 31 IVs in HP, defense, and special defense, so they can take hits as well as possible. There are exceptions, but they are very niche. The main exception I'm aware of involves Belly Drum, which halves your HP in exchange for maxing your attack to +6. And the Citrus Berry, which heals you at or below 50% HP. If your max HP is odd, let's say 101, Belly Drum cuts your HP to 51, since it cuts half rounded down. That's above 50%, so Citrus Berry won't activate, so you're vulnerable. If your HP is even though, like 100, Belly Drum cuts it to 50, exactly 50%. So Citrus Berry will activate immediately after Belly Drum. So there are times where you would use a 30 IV in HP to get
the Man Historian, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub.
Slightly lower HP to make something like this work. But most of the time, you just want the 31, and also you can accomplish a similar thing using EVs. We'll get to those too. Competitive players also usually want 31 speed, unless you want to be slow for Trick Room, in which case you want 0. Additionally, the highest level players will sometimes use lower speed IVs in order to
As a kid who thought stat boosting moves were useless, you can't see it, but I'm raising my hand. As a kid, I see big number on like the power, and I'm like, that's the one I'm gonna pick.
Speed specific meta threats to have something intense.
Rigoraph here has 27 speed IVs to underspeed opponents' Incineroar while being faster than my Incineroar, plus some extra
intentionally happen later. Wolfie has done this before, and that's like the highest level it gets. World champ difference, baby. Physical attackers want a perfect attack IV and don't care about special attack.
Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Been watching your reacts every time it releases, and they never fail to entertain me, Sai. Thank you for being you and for your content. Thank you! I appreciate it, thank you!
While special attackers want a perfect special attack IV and ideally 0 attack to minimize any damage they do to themselves in confusion, because that actually looks at the confused Pokemon's own attack and defense stats. However, big news, competitive players don't actually...
Valius, thank you for the 5 gifted. Guys, wait, relax! YC, thank you for the 10 gifted. Guys, it's okay, thank you. We're back up to an hour. What is happening? Mega Tool, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you. I froze at an awesome time. Cavix! Thank you for the 25 gifted. What the heck? It's a new month. Oh, we're level 9 hype train. I appreciate the hype train, guys. Thank you. You're never getting out. This was a planned attack. Sigh, guess I'll clock in for more overtime. Hey, my overtime for my mods, they get an extra cup noodle. Yeah.
Get a choice anymore. At least if the...
Thank you, guys. Okay. I see Rhythm Fixer. Thank you for the gifted sub to You're Here Forever.
They're playing
I
officially.
wish chicken flavored. I will give you guys any flavor you want.
Not on Showdown. Pokemon Champions removed IVs entirely, calculating all stats of all Pokemon as if all IVs were 31. So if you're playing competitive in Champions, then IVs don't matter. But if you're playing competitive on Showdown, or you want the best chance of winning in one of the mainline game battle facilities, then IVs do matter.
Yeah, because there's no IVs in Champions, right? I'm not crazy.
I'm gonna tell you how to get the IVs you want. In Showdown, type it in. Nice. In
That's easy.
the mainline games, without plugging your Pokemon's stats into
What kind of instant ramen noodles do you feed your mods? The Maruchan cup noodle, because that is like the best base noodle. If you're asking what my favorite instant noodles are, I am a bulldog girly. I really love bulldog noodles. Second place, Shin Ramen. Amazing.
an online calculator, there is not a way to know the exact IVs of your Pokemon unless they are 0, 30, or 31. You can know the range of most by using the Judge feature, introduced in Gen 7 and unlocked as a PC
I love seeing the pretty good, bad.
function at some point,
Turns.
usually post-game. The word description it gives you tells you the range of the IV, and those are displayed on screen here. Prior to Gen 7, though, you had to consult specific NPCs with all kinds of different phrasings for overall total and specific stats. It's still obnoxious that they don't just tell you the precise number with the Judge feature, but
Yeah, like why
at
don't
least
we
it's
just
better than it used to be.
just fucking tell me, man?
When a Pokemon is generated, IVs are determined randomly with some exceptions. Legendary, Mythical, and Ultra Beasts are guaranteed 3 perfect IVs from Gen 6 onward. Terra Raid Pokemon are also guaranteed some, with more guaranteed the higher star level the raid. 1 and 2 star raids have 1 perfect, then 1 extra for each star level, with the special 7-star raids having all perfect IVs. There are other ways to predetermine or alter IVs though. The easiest and most straightforward, at least in Gen 9, is Hyper Training. Hyper Training allows you to use bottle
the goddamn bottle caps.
Sure. To change your Pokemon's IVs to be perfect, 31. A silver bottle cap does 1 stat, and gold turns all of them perfect. It was introduced in Sun and Moon, and until Scarlet and Violet, your Pokemon annoyingly had to be level 100. Thankfully now it's only 50, much more reasonable and accessible. However, I should note that much like Nature Mints, Hyper Training doesn't actually change the IV. It changes how it's checked in battle. This matters for breeding. For a long time, breeding perfect Pokemon
My favorite.
through a complex inheritance system involving various held items and often a perfect 31 IV Ditto was necessary to get usable competitive Pokemon. But thanks to Nature Mints, level 50 Hyper Training, and the Mirror Herb, allowing
Yeah, get that out of here.
for
I'm just kidding. I love
egg
breeding.
moves to be
What do you mean by that, Ty? I just love hatching eggs. I just love hatching eggs. I love hatching eggs.
learned after hatching, breeding for perfect Pokemon became far less important in Scarlet and Violet, unless you wanted a specific IV under 31. And now with Champions, IVs are gone, so I'm not gonna be diving into the intricacies of Pokemon breeding in this video.
God damn it! Sorry.
Maybe another time. With IVs covered, this leaves just one variable in the stat equation: EVs. If IVs are a Pokemon's genetics, EVs are a Pokemon's
Thank you
upbringing
guys for
and
the level
training.
9 hype
Think
train.
nature
Thank
versus
you,
nurture.
Thank you.
Or maybe don't, because natures are actually a thing.
Yes.
I mean, well, okay, nurture is very clearly just EVs, but then nature is both IVs and natures. But at least
Thank you for
nature
the
is
follow.
within nature, so I guess maybe you can't. EV stands for effort value, indicating that Pokemon gain them by putting in effort. All obtainable Pokemon have 0 when first created, and every time a Pokemon gains experience from a battle, the Pokemon gains effort values, EVs, in specific stats based on the species they defeated. For example, beating faster Pokemon gives your Pokemon speed EVs, making your Pokemon faster. Beating defensive Pokemon makes yours more defensive, etc. Two notes, auto battles in Scarlet and Violet do not provide EVs, even though they do provide experience. And the other note is that level 100 Pokemon cannot gain experience, but since Gen 5, they do still gain EVs in situations where they would gain experience from a battle. So that's the simplest way to explain EVs. When we get into the numbers, though, it's quite a bit more complicated than IVs, but I will do my best to make this clear. The specific EVs a Pokemon gains when gaining experience depends on the—
I'm sorry, my brain is just like, I wish I had like the VTuber asset for it. You know when like your video's buffering and you see like the little like, the I'm not zooted. Chad, I'm not zooted. It's like loading. Yes. That's my brain right now, like, the loading circle, yes. I love the loading circle. Oh, thank you for the follow.
The species—
The spinning wheel of doom. That's a cute model, thank you.
of Pokemon defeated. Psyduck
so
gives
funny.
1 special attack EV. Graveler gives 2 defense EVs. Raichu
Yes.
gives 3 speed EVs. It's always a total of 1, 2, or 3, but it can be spread across—
What's your favorite ice cream flavor? That's hard. I've recently been liking pistachio, but that's a recent thing. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite, but it's my favorite right now. Well, thank you so much for that.
multiple stats. For example, Vibrava gives you 1 attack and 1 speed. Every time a Pokemon accrues 4 EVs in a specific stat, it gains 1 point for that stat when the Pokemon is level 100. Let's look at the formula again. You can see EV over 4 right here, so 4 EVs equates to 1 stat point, but it's multiplied by the level. All of these terms are. So we can write this out a little differently. I took out the +5 and the nature part because they're not relevant to this part of the equation, but level over 100 is being multiplied by these 3 terms, which can then extrapolate out like this.
Yes, distributive property.
So L over 100 times E.
The one mod that is like a math professor, because one of my mods is like an actual math professor. He's probably sitting here like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Everyone else is like, what the fuck is going on?
EV over 4. If L is 100, then this is just 1, and it cancels and it goes away.
Yes.
Thus, 1 stat
Just leaving EV over 4. I'm a genius.
point per 4 EVs, but only if the level is 100. However, if the level is 50,
Wait, but if it's 9, right? Or 90, it'll go to 0.9 times EV over 4.
like it is in the official competitive format,
So you just, if it's 50, you 1/2 it.
we get this, which simplifies to EV over 8.
Yes.
So it's 8 EVs per stat point at level 50.
I'm saying yes, but like, I don't know if it's making sense.
Except for the first one. The first 4 EVs at level 50 give you 1 stat point. And then it's 8 EVs for every stat point. After that, if you're—
I don't even want to get into the catch rate formula. I don't even want to go there. I want to think about catch rate formulas, please. Fox is me. Thank you for the prime sub.
IV is odd. It's crazy. I know I didn't design this, but I will explain. So if you have 4 EVs at level 50, this looks like it should give you half of a stat point, which is not possible. And when that happens, it's rounded down. But IV is also multiplied by level over 100.
Is it always
so with
rounding
a perfect 31 IV, this is 15.5, which gets you to 16. Thus,
wait, are we rounding down? Oh wait, he's adding a half. Okay,
these
so
4
15,
EVs, if they're not there, this isn't here. This is just 15.
Oh, okay,
So there's the 1 extra point from just the 4 EVs. But then if you have 8 total EVs, this becomes 1, but this is still 15.5, which is 16.5, but it rounds down, so it's still 16.
Is anyone else
to get up to
checked
17,
out?
this has to be 12. So it's 4 for the first one, 8 for each additional one. EVs have
I'm gonna nod and pretend like I
a
understand.
limit. A Pokemon can only have 510 in total, after which they will not gain any more. 510 is a strange choice because it's not divisible by 4. So like 2 EVs always go to waste. Again, there's a lot of pieces of this, I just don't understand the decision making. Additionally, you can only put 252 into one specific stat. Prior to Gen 6, you could actually put 255 into one stat, but 3 EVs would go to waste since 255 is not divisible by 4. So in Gen 6, they made it so the practical cap is the actual cap. Per stat, not total. 510, there's still the 2 that do nothing. By
1 + 1 is 2, right, guys?
contributing EVs, you can add 127 stat points in total across all the stats at level 100, with a max of 63 stat points to a specific stat. That's extremely significant, considering level 100 fully evolved stats will often be between 150 and 300 before EVs. So a Pokemon with maxed EVs is much stronger than one without any. A simple common EV spread is 252 to one, 252 to another, and 4 to a third. But these can be much more complex. Champions
I'm good,
simplifies how EVs are presented, and actually makes a small change. Rather than dealing with the 510 EVs, it simplifies things down to just the raw stat points you can add, 66 total. One stat can have up to 32. Remember how at level 50, the first 4 EVs give you a stat point, then it's 8 EVs per stat point after? The first 4 give you 1, and there's 248 left over, and that divided by 8 is 31. 32, max, points to 1 stat at level 50. However, in the previous systems, maxing 2 stats leaves 6 EVs left over, only 4 of which can be used. Thus, 1 more
Where did the other 2 go?
stat point to a non-max stat at level 50. But 32 plus 32 plus 1 is 65.
Where is the other one?
66 like it is in Champions. So, they added 1. It seems that instead of removing the 2 dud EVs, they added 2, giving you 4 more to spend on another stat point. I think this is a weird decision. I think it would have been simpler to just cut the fat of the extra 2, like they don't exist. But by adding the 2, then that makes it so if you take your 8 EVs and you put 1 into each stat, that's 2 total points. But if you put those 8 EVs into the same stat, like we discussed earlier, it's still only 1. So they had to add an extra stat point to account for the extra EVs when they could have just cut the EVs. I'm sorry, I'm getting into the weeds of an already very overgrown topic. The stat points in Champions are a simplification of EVs. By the way, if you're in the game and you're wondering what these orange bars are, those only appear if the stat is impacted by the nature. Due to the 0.9 or 1.1 multiplier affecting the math, these mark when you get 2 stat points for the price of 1. If you're putting EVs into a boosted stat, I don't know why you would put EVs into a stat you're lowering. The traditional mechanics of EVs can and will matter outside Champions though, especially since you can save on VP by EV training your Pokemon in the mainline games, then transferring them in. So, how do you EV train a Pokemon? Like so many other pieces of this, monitoring the EVs will be tough. For a long time, like with Ivy,
See, that's why I like Champions. I literally just click buttons.
there was no way to see what EVs any of your Pokemon had in-game.
They were hidden stats.
Outside of getting an effort ribbon if you maxed them. Starting in Gen 6 though, you could see a graph indicating a general amount of EVs in a particular stat that a Pokemon had. The games have maintained that, and in Scarlet and Violet, when you max the EVs for a stat, it sparkles.
Sparkly!
And when you max all of them, it turns blue. To get precise values though, beyond just maxed, you're gonna need a calculator or to keep track of what you fight. Speaking of what you fight, let's say you want to EV train a Flutter main and max its special attack and speed. You could battle 252 Psyducks, then 252 Fletchling. Or you could do something else. The Gen 6 games have super training and the Alola games have passive EV training on Poképelago, but we left the 3DS behind a while ago. Prior to Scarlet and
it felt like a breakup. Leaving the 3DS behind, moving on. That felt like an actual breakup.
Violet, you could have it hold the Macho Brace, which halves the holder's speed while held, but doubles all
Really like
EVs gained from battle.
Appreciate it,
but that's not in the newest games. Pokerus, the beneficial virus, also doubles EV gain,
That's
but
so
again, it is
fun.
not present in Scarlet and Violet.
I remember having to do that in Black and White. So many dead Pidgeys.
The vitamins and feathers
brothers.
simply give you EVs when used on a Pokemon. 10 per vitamin or 1 per feather. Vitamins used to not work after a Pokemon had 100 EVs in a stat though. Thankfully, that's not true anymore. So I could give the Flutter main 25 calcium, 25 carbos, 2 genius feathers, and 2 swift feathers.
That was a little expensive.
But that's really expensive. Like the vitamins are like almost 10,000 Poké-Dollars each. My preferred way, and I believe the most reasonable and accessible way in the modern games, is to use the power items. A Pokemon holding a power item has its speed halved, like the Macho Brace, but in exchange, every time it gains EVs, it gains 8 additional EVs for the stat the item corresponds to. This happens no matter what Pokemon it defeats. It's always 8 extra in that stat. So if you give your Flutter main the Power Lens and battle Psyduck, that means you get 9 special attack EVs per battle instead of just 1. So you only have to battle 28 to max its special attack.
That's not that bad. That's not that bad.
Then you can swap to the Anklet and battle 28 Fletchling, and you've maxed your speed. Then you just grab 4 EVs and another stat very easily, and boom, EV trained Flutter main. It's a lot trickier if you want to do something more complicated than just maxing 2 stats, because
I would probably lose count of how many.
you really do have to just keep track of the specific Pokemon that you fight. However, if you're watching this video, you're probably not designing EV spreads to tank a specific hit from a specific meta threat. But even if you are, thankfully, if you screw up during your EV training, you can fix your mistake. Starting in Emerald, the Pomeg, Kelpsie, Qualot, Hondu, Greppa, and Tomato berries became the EV reducing berries. They will remove 10 EVs from the corresponding stat for each one consumed, like anti-vitamins. So if you get too many in the wrong stat, you feed it a couple of the berries and you remove them. But keep in mind, these also boost friendship. So if you're trying to just like remove all of them from one stat, it'll tell you you can use more than you actually can, because even after you've zeroed out the EVs, it's having an effect on friendship. So to EV train a Pokemon, you gotta spend VP or spend some time and keep track of unclear numbers.
I will spend a VP.
Pick your EV training poison. This has been
I'll spend the
Pokemon
money.
Stats Explained. Use this knowledge to climb the competitive ladder, take on the battle tower, or just have a deeper understanding of the game. And if you ever forget any of the intricacies, just try to remember, bigger number, better Pokemon.
I learned so much.
Generally. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to see a similar explainer video about Pokemon type matchups, you can check out my video about that here.
Thank you, Mikey. I love you, Pookie. Platonically. Mikey with the whiteboard is the reminder to us that he has an engineering degree. He does. Learning Pokemon math instead of going to the math class I paid for. Oh, that's so real. That is so real. Oh my god. If you think back to the Jaden animation video, her Magneton that survived the Altaria earthquake was unintentionally EV trained by defeating Meryl's and making its defense. That's low-key kind of genius. That's kind of genius. Who else's brain hurts? My brain kind of a little hoity, I'm not gonna lie. Will you do the water Nuzlocke again? I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh my god. That's so funny. Anyways, we're back with another stats video because I just want to keep hurting my brain more. But I don't think this is necessarily about learning about stats. I think we're looking at surprising Pokemon stats. We're going to be watching 50 surprising Pokemon stats by M&J TV.
PikuKens! Michael here, and today I'll be covering 50 surprising Pokemon stats. Stat value.
Please tell me, what is it, Shedinja's here? The one with the one?
Values that don't make sense based on the Pokemon's, well, biology. We'll start with
Oh, okay, I see.
offense.
This is the direction we're
Tinkaton
going.
has a lower attack stat.
My beloved, I love this goddamn Pokemon. I really want that Tinkaton plushie that's sleeping on her hammer, but I just haven't gotten it yet. I really want that plushie. It's so cute.
Than Teddy Ursa. Despite wielding an enormous metal hammer with ease,
My
this
beloved,
fan-favorite Corviknight killer hits softer than a teddy bear. Speaking of Corviknight, while it has a decent attack stat of 87, Shedinja has a higher one at 90. Can someone explain to me how this
Did you
basically
see to guess the Pokemon color vid? I have not.
dead cicada shell can slash harder than a giant metal bird? If it was special attack, I would get it, but physical? Talonflame has a lower attack stat than Charjabug. The bird of prey known for powerful Gale Wings brave birds somehow hits softer than a pudgy bug battery. Speaking of small
Makes no
bugs,
sense,
Larvesta
brother.
somehow has a
Oh, that's okay. Shedinja has 1 HP, not 1 base stat. Got it.
higher attack stat than Charizard. I know Charizard's mainly a special attacker, but still, how does a barely mobile bug do anything better than a dragon? Trapinch also has an astounding base 100 attack, which is
What the fuck?
higher than Poliwrath. I get that
He just likes biting, all right? Leave him alone.
Trapinch has big chompers, but it's hard to believe that it could hit harder than Poliwrath, a
Hey,
Pokemon
you
known
never
for
know,
being able to
man. Have you seen a snapping turtle? Those motherfuckers can, like, actually amputate a finger off of you.
swim across the Pacific Ocean with ease. Another small but mighty pinching Pokemon is Krabby, whose ridiculous base 105 attack is higher than Infernape. I get that crab pinches hurt, but I wouldn't expect them to hurt more than a punch from a combat ape. Mothim has a higher
I
attack
don't know. I need to see them duke it out.
stat than Hawlucha, which makes no sense to me considering one is a wrestler and the other is a moth. Flapple, which is a worm in an apple, has a higher attack stat than Aerodactyl,
Hey, do not underestimate the worm.
a prehistoric enormous fanged beast. Arkin has an even higher attack stat than that at 112, which is higher than Kamo-O. I know Arkin and Archeops' whole thing is that they're supposed to be like, oh wow, so strong, and then nerfed by Defeatist. However, even with that knowledge, it still doesn't make any sense to me that this small bird that can't even fly can strike harder than an enormous armored pseudo-legendary dragon. Flareon has the
need to see that.
same attack stat as Machamp, which is a very high 130. Machamp having a very high attack
Hey,
stat makes
fire
perfect
hurts,
sense.
man.
It's a ripped, four-armed fighter. But Flareon, it's a small fox cat thing that could be a pet if it wasn't on fire. Like, do the flames make the strikes and tackles that much stronger? As strong as a Machamp, which can punch things over the horizon? Onix has an infamously low attack stat of only 45, which makes no sense at all, considering that it's an enormous monster made of solid stone. This makes its physical hits softer than Sentret, Rookidee, Joltik. Take your pick of small feet.
Oh my god. I would love to imagine a little Joltik knocking the shit out of this Onyx.
Feeble Pokemon. This poor attack carries over to Steelix, which is the same thing but bigger and metal. While its attack improves to 85, this is still pretty low considering it's the same as a Moongus, a 2-foot-tall squishy mushroom. Bastiodon is another rock and metal beast with a weirdly low attack stat of only 52. I get that it's mainly a defensive Pokemon, but I see no logical reason for it to hit softer than Tynamo.
Zen Mode Galarian Darmanitan, which is a hot, bouncy snowman, has an
He's so cool.
astronomical attack stat of 160.
Oh my god, what the heck? I did not know that.
This is higher than Groudon, Rayquaza, Zekrom, and even Crowned Sword Zacian. To be fair to Zacian, its attack stat used to be 170 before it was nerfed in Gen 9, and it still gets the Intrepid Sword boost once per battle. But like, there's any universe where the bouncy snowman hits physically harder than a legendary wielding a sword? All right, all those had to do with
I love
physical
that.
attack. Now let's talk
I
about
want to be in that alternate universe.
special. Murkrow has the same special attack stat as Blastoise. This baffles me. One is a small bird. The other has literal cannons coming out of it. Blast is in its name. How do they blast equally? Dolliv has higher special attack than Uxie and Cresselia. I understand that these legendaries are more bulk focused, but still, they're psychic type legendary Pokemon. Psychic is like the special type. So it's crazy that there are any psychic legendaries that hit softer than an Olive Doll. Speaking of psychic types, Claydol has a lower special attack stat than Unknown and Wormadam Plant Cloak. Again, Claydol is more bulk focused, but it's still weird that a fully evolved psychic type does less special damage than this goofy plant bagworm
Yeah, what the
and
heck?
one of the most infamously useless Pokemon ever made. Abra is a psychic
hell?
type that does have higher special attack, but it's crazy high. It's 105, which is higher than Greninja's 103. I know it's a psychic type, the special type, I just said that, but it spends all its
That's crazy to me.
time fleeing and sleeping. Yet somehow it has more offensive power than Greninja, one of the strongest starters ever made? Noivern, a Pokemon well known for blasting powerful sound waves and being one of the Pokemon to introduce the move Boom Burst, has a lower
A Boom Burst is low-key kind of sick, I'm not gonna lie.
special attack than Roselia, which is, I don't know, just a small flower thing. Haunter has a special attack stat of 115. This is surprising not only because that's a really high stat,
That is
the
very
third
high.
highest special attack of any Pokemon that was never fully evolved, only behind Kadabra and Duosion, but also because it's higher than Sylveon's 110. This is crazy to me because when I think of Sylveon, I think of brutally strong special fairy attacks like
Yes.
Pixelate Hyper Voice. Pixelate does boost the power of Sylveon's normal into fairy moves, but like if Sylveon just used like Moonblast, that's not as strong as a not fully evolved Pokemon. And that is just shocking to me. Finally, for offense, Azumarill has higher special attack than physical attack. This was surprising to me since I associate Azumarill with huge power doubling its attack, then
Yes.
maxing it by using Belly Drum. I've
Amazing.
used an Azumarill just like that for raids in Scarlet and Violet. And I had no idea that without those modifications, its special attack hits harder. It's just weird to me. That wraps up
yeah.
offense, and next I'll be talking
That makes a little bit no sense.
about speed. But before I do, I would like to ask you a quick favor, and that is to subscribe to this channel. It's getting very close to 2 million subs. It'd be really exciting to get there, and I can't get there without you. So,
Oh my god,
pretty
he
please?
hit it!
Now for the first weird speed stat, Vikavolt is slower than Grubbin. This has upset me for so long, since I love Vikavolt and it would be a lot better if it wasn't so idiotically slow. Its base speed is only 43, 3 points less than its pre-evolution Grubbin, which is
What the
preposterous,
hell?
considering the dex says it zips around and performs acrobatic flying maneuvers. Escavalier is another bug type with illogically low speed. It has an incredibly poor base 20 speed, slower than a pile of sludge,
Yeah, that makes no sense. What the? There's no way this little speedy bug guy, I guess he's not speedy. This guy with a bunch of swords is slower than a goop.
or a Pokemon with slow in its name. I could excuse this if the dex did not explicitly state they fly around at high speed.
Oh my god.
Clearly not! Escavalier is one of the slowest Pokemon in the game.
That is actually bullshit.
Rhyhorn is only a bit faster than Escavalier, having 25 speed, which is quite odd considering Rhyhorn racing is a thing in the Kalos region. Is the stat ridiculous? Or are the races really
It's turtle racing.
boring?
that point.
Number 6, Snowy, rockets out of the starting blocks, leaving the other two competitors in the dust.
Varun zips around Scarlet and Violet and is difficult to avoid if it decides to attack you. This makes sense since it's a flying engine, and yet its speed stat is only 47. That's slower than Weedle. Veluza similarly attacks with great speed, yet its speed is only 70, which is slower
That
than
is so
Feet for
low.
Legs Shroodle. I should mention part of Veluza's lore is
There's no way this little Shroodle guy is faster than this goddamn fish.
that it sheds its own flesh to boost its power and speed, hence its usage of Fillet Away, its signature move that halves its HP to boost its attack, special attack, and speed by 2 stages each. Yet, when a battle with Veluza starts, it's perfectly healthy, so either it's not shedding the flesh, and therefore moves crazy fast despite its speed stat, or it is, and is recovering before it attacks you, which would be nonsense, because it doesn't recover that health that it loses in battle. Wiglet has a higher speed stat than Revavroom, which, unlike Varoom,
The literal machine.
does not have ludicrously low speed. Revavroom's is 90, which is slower than I'd expect, but still decent. Meanwhile, the little eel's is 95. Wiglet's relative Dugtrio is also weirdly
Is that
fast,
what they are? They're eels? I thought they were worms.
having a speed of 120. This is tied with Arceus, Akus. You know, the
Arceus.
literal god that teleports around the battlefield in Legends Arceus. Speaking of Legends Arceus,
Arceus.
Weird and Hisui and Braviary are used to zip the player around Hisui, yet they both have base speed stats of 65. That is slower than Cottony. Buffalant is a big bison known for powerful charges, yet it is slower than Venipede. How does a bison move slower than a Tannibug?
Don't
Celesteela,
worry
an
about
Ultra
it.
Beast that people saw flying across the sky at high speed, only has 61 base speed.
That's
This is
ass.
slower than Alcremie. The rocket ship loses to a pile of cream that doesn't have legs. My mortal enemy
They're supposed to be like moles and wiglets are eels. Oh.
Miltank has a base speed stat of 100, which is a smidge faster than Genesect. Miltank is a stupid fat cow with sausage nipples. Meanwhile, Genesect
He takes every single chance to tell everyone he hates Miltank. Let's listen to it again.
Genesect. Miltank is a stupid fat cow with sausage nipples. Meanwhile,
This is very personal. This is very, 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 very personal.
Genesect can transform into a flying spaceship. How is the spaceship slower? 100 is actually the same speed stat as Galarian
God.
Zapdos, which is confusingly low for this Pokemon. It's a roadrunner
That's
that
so
you have
funny.
to chase across the wild area, and the dex explicitly states that it runs through the mountains at over 180 miles per hour. You're telling me that
That's
this
a
thing
lot.
runs at almost 200 miles an hour, yet
That's
it's
a lot.
slower than Dedenne? Is this hamster the Flash? Speaking of dex entries with specific speeds, Pidgeot states this Pokemon flies at Mach 2 speed. Mach
What is Mach 2?
2 means twice
Hawk 2? I'm sorry. I don't know why I hear Mach 2. I'm like, Hawk 2?
the speed of sound.
Oh, what the fuck?
That's over 1,500 miles per hour. Yet its base speed is 101, which is the same as Dedenne. How fast is this hamster? Jump
very, very fast. The hamster's electric, okay? The very fast.
off a dandelion creature.
Also, I'm just throwing this out here, and I don't know if anybody cares, but I'm going to say it anyway. If I were to equate Thor from Mythos to an animal, she's definitely a hamster.
That floats along the wind has a
Don't tell her I said that, though.
higher speed stat than Iron Treads. A
What the fuck? Really?
literal wheel from the future. Then finally for speed, Perugly has a base speed stat of 112. This is faster
That is so fast for a Thickums cat.
than Latios and Latias, which which the deck says can overtake jet planes. The pudgy fat cat can outrun jets. Next up is bulk, and this one's a little trickier to cover. That's because a lot of Pokemon may seem frail due to low defense and special defense, but then end up having really high HP, making it bulkier than its defensive stats alone convey. And of course, the inverse can also be true. Additionally, HP and special defense are harder to visualize because they're like life force and magic resistance, and like, what does that look like? To simplify things, almost
Yeah, how do we equate that?
all of these entries will focus on physical defense, since how well something should be able to take a punch or a slash is much easier to visualize than HP or special defense.
That's
All
fair.
evolutions have one stat that's a huge 130, but most of them make sense. Jolteon is really fast, Espeon has high special attack, Umbreon withstands magic and energy, but as we've already covered, Flareon hits weirdly hard.
Midnight Castle, thank you so much for the 5-month membership on YouTube. Thank you.
Physically, then Leafeon, a cat made of leaves, somehow withstands physical strikes better than a Pokemon
crazy.
hiding within solid stone. What? It's leaves. It's made of leaves. Macargo has a confusingly high defense stat of 120, higher than solid metal Bronzong. While rock types are known for having high defense, Macargo doesn't make as much sense here.
Like a little magma slug.
Since the deck says the shell on its back is just skin that has cooled and hardened. It breaks easily with a slight touch.
So what I'm learning here is we don't listen to the Pokedex entries. Is that the lesson we are learning here?
The only thing I can think of that maybe justifies the high defense is that its magma body is squishy, so like a punch it just like squishes and burns. But I still think it's weird it has such a high defense stat when such a large portion of its body shatters easily. Huntail and Gorbis, two random eels, have higher defense than Made of Metal Celesteela, which I do not understand. Another Ultra Beast,
Okay, I don't
Kartana, has an outrageous defense stat of 131. I get that it's a steel type and it's like a samurai sword origami thing, but like, it's paper. The thing is paper, and it has higher defense than Metagross? Well, not as high as previously mentioned. Horsey's defense stat is 70. This is oddly high since it's just a baby seahorse, and in fact is equal to the steel type Magnemite. Not all steel types have good defense though. Togedemaru, which is literally a metal ball of spikes, only has a defense stat of 63, which is lower than Chikorita. Lunatones is also oddly poor considering that it's made of rock. Its defense is only 65, which is lower than Skinny Monkey Ambipom. Nincada, shockingly, has double the defense of its evolution Ninjask. While it's not unheard of for an evolution to get less bulky than its pre-evolution to focus more on speed or power, for example Porygon 2 into Porygon Z, Nincada's 90 base defense, having down to only 45 for Ninjask, is such a huge change that I needed to mention it.
It's literally
Finally, for bulk,
half.
the only special defense entry, Mantike, a literal baby, has the same special defense stat as Cresselia.
Okay, little baby is just very, very tanky.
A Pokemon infamous for its ability to withstand hits. I should note that Cresselia was nerfed this generation. Its special defense used to be higher, and of course its overall bulk is still better than Mantike, but still, a tiny baby having any defensive stat that's better than Cresselia is wild to me. And now for the final category, surprising base stat totals. Scyther has the same base stat total as both of its evolutions, Scizor and Kleavor, being the only instance of a Pokemon keeping the same total upon evolving. Nincada technically gets weaker when it becomes Shedinja, but really Nincada just becomes Ninjask and then Shedinja is created. So does Nincada really evolve into Shedinja? Spiritomb, a Pokemon well known for being incredibly difficult to obtain, does not have the power level one would expect from such an elusive Pokemon. Its base stat total is only 485, which is lower than famously underwhelming Unfezant. Beautifly has a higher base stat total than Dustox, which is uncommon for split evolutions. This happened because in Gen 6, Beautifly received a 10-point buff to its special attack, while Dustox did not. Similarly, Poliwrath is
Do they just hate Dustox? Does Game Freak just not like Dustox?
stronger than Politoed, its base stat total being 510 compared to Politoed's 500. Like with Beautifly and Dustox, this happened because Poliwrath got a Gen 6 buff to its primary offensive stat that its counterpart did not get. And finally, Onyx. Just Onyx. I will never understand why this incredibly large stone beast is so awful. Its base stat total is only 385.
That's so bad.
Which is lower than small dragonfly Yanma and baby Pokemon Munchlax. I know they remedied it by creating Steelix in the next generation, but it is still insane to me that at any point in time, they thought it made sense for this iconic rock serpent to be so darn weak. Thanks so much for watching, with an extra special thanks to my patrons over on Patreon who are helping support my channel independent of fluctuating YouTube ad rates. If you want to help support me in the same way, the link's in the description below. And if you want to check out some more of my fun Pokemon content, I recommend these videos here. And that is all I have for now. So until next time, Pikachu fans, gotta catch them all.
This Orthworm is fucking sending me. This looks AI generated. Yeah, what the fuck, Onyx? What the fuck? Derogatory. Onyx got burst by fire sprinkler. Oh, that's awful. That's so bad. Reminder that Tinkaton doesn't even get a super effective attack to use against Corviknight. Disgusting. Disgusting. Bad game design. Doesn't make sense that it's it does make sense that it's overwhelmingly and powerful. Oh, when the typing of Ghost and Dark had no weaknesses. Oh, I see. I see. I'm a big fan of the theory that Pokemon are representative of their abilities, specifically in battle. For example, Latios and Latias may be able to fly as fast as jets, but it would be hard to make it to top speed in the confines of a battle. I guess that's a good way to look at it. I guess. I guess. Yeah, we talked about the mock too. You damn it, Simon, thank you so much for the soup. Speaking of Onyx being bad, Golden Owl had a great video on explaining why it's designed that way. I mean, there had to have been a reason. Either that, or they just, like, slapped it on there. You know what I mean? Okay, we're actually gonna change this video because there was the MNJTV stats video. The other stats video, not this one. Not this one. He said there was another one. Unless we watched that one already. Where was it? Where was it? Hi,
Pokemon
Stat. Yeah, I think they definitely just, like, slap stuff on there. Did we watch this one? I think we actually have watched this one. I'm gonna double check. Hi, boss man. Hi, boss man. Hi, boss man. More stats? Yes. I think I might have reacted to this video. If somebody wants to help me double check. I'm checking right now. Sorry. I think we did. I think so too now that I'm looking at it. Oh, that's right. I did react to it like 2-3 weeks ago. Whether I've liked it. Yeah, either that or I just I pull it up from my YouTube channel. Just double checking. Okay. We did react to this one. Alright. Well, I'm gonna head to bed. Good night, Ron. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you, thank you. YouTube's messing up. Alright. Okay, I have to double check. Did I react to this? If Pokemon had an Earth type? I feel like I did. I feel like I might have. I can't exactly remember. I cannot remember. But like, this just happened to me before. I see, not that I recall. I'll just double check this. To be honest, I just like clicked videos that I thought I didn't react to yet. And I probably should have double checked. Considering I haven't wanting you to watch it for so long, I see. I see. I need to put like a little thing in my descriptions, because I think a lot of people they don't know. It's okay. I'm not even gonna sit here and blame people because like they don't know. But I think I should make like maybe just a very specific channel. I have a suggestions channel on my Discord where people can throw videos in there. But I need to make something a little more moderated. Because I think a lot of people, they'll like comment on my videos and be like, wait, Sai, can you please react to this? Can you please react to this? And like, it's hard for me to keep track of everything because, you know, I get so many YouTube notifications every day. You know, it's a lot. So I need to like make like a thing where people could submit videos, but also moderated so people aren't spamming videos in there. I'll have to figure something out. Trey, yes, what is your question? Type your question while I take a sip of my gamer subs. Use code SHIPWRECK for 10% off. Ah, delicious. I'm caffeinated. Can you explain why Execute is a dual type? Grass and Psychic, it's a freaking egg. Okay. So when a piece of grass, right, and your mind fall in love, okay? When they fall in love a little too hard, out comes an Execute. Thus, it is a dual type Grass and Psychic. That is how. That is why. When... Yes. What is flavor of the day, Sai? I'll be really fucking honest with you. I don't remember. I think this is actually the Vienna flavor. I've come to the point where I just grab something and I put it in a cup. I hate Pokemon so much. Wait, why? Why, Trey? What do you mean Pokemon's awesome? Pokemon's amazing. Yippee. Anyways. Longer question! We are going to be watching If Pokemon Had an Earth Type by M&J TV. Earth type? Ground type? Rock type? Question mark? I guess all of those questions will be answered in this video.
Greetings, PikuKens! Michael here, and Pokemon's division of the rock and ground type is unusual.
It makes
the
no
four
sense.
classical elements are air, water, fire, and earth, with no distinction between stones and dirt. Therefore, most media with element...
Isn't dirt just really, really, really small stones? Oh, actually, no, I don't think so. Listen, man, I didn't take earth science.
...categorization just has earth. Monster battling franchises...
That's what I would think. Isn't dirt just like really tiny stones? But I could be 100% wrong. I could be very wrong.
Like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon, and Bakugan only have earth as an attribute or element. Earthbenders in the Avatar world can bend dirt and stone all the same. So what would it look like if Pokemon was...
And metal! Sorry, had to throw that in there.
...like these other franchises? What if there was no rock type or ground type, only an earth type? In the first part of this video, I'm gonna go over what the earth type's mechanics would be in the mainline Pokemon games. So, its type chart, how it impacts certain Pokemon, and so forth. I'll be deciding this mainly from a lore standpoint, but trying to make it a balanced type. Then after that, I'll sit down with Wolfie VGC.
What? Wait, is this a collab video? I did not know that. What?
World champion
Is that why everybody was telling me to watch this video?
Pokemon battler to get his expert opinions on how the Earth type would fare competitively and whether it would break the game. But now
He has to ask the Pokemon god
how
himself.
to design the Earth type. Step number 1 is figuring out its type chart, and let's start with defensive weaknesses. We can decide these by looking at what types the rock and ground types are weak to. Rock is currently weak to fighting, grass, ground, steel, and water. Meanwhile, ground is weak to grass, ice, and water. The easiest thing to do is make the earth type weak to grass and water. We're combining rock and ground, so like any weaknesses they share are of course gonna carry over. But the weaknesses make sense logically too. Plant roots dig into the earth and suck up nutrients, plus can crack apart stone. If you've ever seen a sidewalk lifted by a tree root, you're seeing plants win over earth. Small tangent here, should have been the plant type. There's a lot
That's a whole other video. That's a whole other video.
more plants than just grass. As for water, it erodes rocks and dirt alike. Ever heard of the Grand Canyon? The massive
Yes.
deep cut through the earth?
I think the Grand Canyon is the place where there's like a indigenous like native tribe, right, that lives in the canyons. I think that is so cool.
Yeah, water did that. The next easy type matchup decision
Shout out to me. You're welcome.
is removing rock's weakness to ground. I think that was added originally because, like, I don't know, earthquakes can like break rocks, but they can also cause rock slides. Rock slide is a Pokemon attack. It's kind of weird and strange. Definitely an easier one to dismiss than like water putting out fire. But regardless of that, we're combining rock and ground. You can't have ground super effective against rock because they don't exist anymore. The only way to preserve it would be to make Earth weak to itself, and I just don't think that makes sense. The only two types that are super effective against themselves are Dragon and Ghost. But dragons and ghosts are mythical
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
beings, so they're super effective against themselves because the idea is that the only thing powerful enough to stop them is themselves. Earth is not like that. It's dirt and rocks. Like, other stuff can break them. But then after that,
But think about it. Dirt hit dirt. Yes.
the decisions get trickier, especially in regards to types that rock is good against but ground is weak to, or vice versa. First up, rock is weak to fighting, but ground is not. I personally don't think the earth type should be weak to fighting. Whenever you see a martial artist breaking what looks like stone, it's almost always concrete or bricks, which are earth, but man-made earth. If you go into the wilderness and try to punch a boulder, you're gonna break your hand. Nor will anything happen if you punch dirt. So like, I don't think earth should resist fighting, but it doesn't make sense for it to be weak to it. Okay, so the fighting matchup wasn't that hard, but then we get to ice and steel, which interact with rock and ground very differently. First, let's talk about ice. Rock is super effective against it, while ground is weak to it, and both make sense. If you slam a rock into an equally sized hunk of ice, the ice breaks. But then if the ground is frozen in winter, you can't dig into it, and digging is a big aspect of the ground type. Then we have steel. Another quick tangent here. Like grass should have a different name. Call it metal. There are so many more metals than steel. You could have like cool copper.
Isn't steel just a type of metal? Isn't steel just a type of metal? I don't know, man.
And gold
I took chemistry 9 years ago.
Pokemon, that would make sense if it was the metal type. Oh, and quick side note here, I am doing my biggest merch drop ever this holiday season at MJTVmerch.com, featuring the Jungle Form Mighty Plush and the shiny Base Form Mighty Plush. Look at those golden goggles. There's also
like the
Mighty
golden
Enamel
goggles.
pins, a switch case,
And a t-shirt!
they'll arrive before Christmas if you buy them soon enough, but we're selling them till they sell out. MJTVmerch.com. Anyways, rock is weak to steel, since in a battle of durability, metal wins. Pickaxes being a prime example. Ground, meanwhile, is strong against steel, likely explained by dirt dulling knives or just burying the metal,
Pretend this is a knife proceeds to show Minecraft sword.
I guess. So of these two types, ice and steel, which one, or both, or neither, should Earth be weak to? I think from a logic lore standpoint, you could justify any combination.
Yeah.
So instead, I'm gonna go for what I think, emphasis on think, makes the type the most balanced. For ice, I think Earth should be weak to it. Ice only has one resistance, itself, so it's designed as a glass cannon type. Losing one of its offensive options would make it an even worse type than it already is, and not being weak to rock anymore gives ice a buff that I think it could use. But even ignoring balance, I still think this is the best ice-earth interaction from a logic standpoint too. I already discussed why it makes sense for ice to beat the dirt part of Earth, but I also think it makes a lot of sense for it to beat the rock part too, even though it doesn't in current Pokemon. That's because water beats rock, and ice is water. Yes, rocks are harder than ice, but ice can still do a lot of damage to stone because water expands when it freezes. If water gets into the cracks of rock, then freezes, it can break apart massive rock formations. Have you ever heard of New Hampshire's Old Man of the Mountain? It was a famous cliff-face landmark that looked like a man, so iconic that it appears all over New Hampshire highway signs, quarters, and more. However, freezing and thawing opened fissures in the old man's forehead, and by the 1920s, they had to hold it in place with man-made methods. Eventually, though, it could be preserved no longer, and it collapsed in 2003.
Wait, that's kind of sad.
Freezing and thawing. Ice literally destroyed a massive cliff. Ice beats Earth. As for steel, I decided Earth will have no interaction with it. From a logical standpoint, I feel like you could justify either one of them beating the other. Steel could beat Earth because of pickaxes and shovels, but Earth could beat steel because of how it deteriorates metal equipment. Plus, while metal is harder than most random rocks, diamond is the hardest material of them all. And diamonds don't count as metal. They count as earth. Diamonds.
They are, a mineral, right?
Storm is a rock
They're like
type
a little
attack.
mineral.
Also, I should probably mention, yes, technically metal is earth. You know, earthbenders, certain ones can metal
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier.
bend and stuff like that. But like the properties are different enough that I make sense for them to stay separate.
We're now getting into Avatar: The Last Airbender logic.
In Pokemon, whereas rock and ground, they just have a lot more in common anyways. Now,
Fair
I
enough.
could make earth and steel super effective against each other, but there's not really precedent for that. The only time two different types have been super effective against each other were bug and poison, and that was only the case in Gen 1. I don't feel comfortable creating a similar situation because, yeah, it's existed before, for one generation, and then they removed it immediately. Now, I could make them resist each other. Today, bug and fighting are the only two types that resist each other, so I could add steel and earth to that list.
I kind of dig that idea. Technically, earthbenders only bend the earth in the metal, not the metal itself.
However, that would mean steel loses a weakness to ground, but maintains the same amount of resistances since it currently resists rock. Steel is already pretty much the best type in the game. I want to minimize the amount of buffs I give it with this earth type change. Therefore,
fair.
the compromise is that steel and earth have no interaction at all. That logically covers the fact that it could go either way, and I think it's a more balanced way of approaching the steel type because it does lose a weakness, but it also loses a resistance. This does definitely make the steel type a bit better still. Its resistances far outnumber its weaknesses, and thus losing one of each has a bigger percentage impact on the weaknesses. But I think a creative way around this would be by creating an earth type move that functions like freeze dry. In case you didn't know, Freeze Dry is an ice-type move that is also super effective against water-type Pokemon, which is useful since
I always found those moves really interesting.
normally
Like, what was that one with Garganackle? Salt Cure, right? That's like a like very similar move.
Water resists
Oh, Salt Cure, yeah.
ice. So there could be an earth type move that multiple Pokemon learn, not a signature move, that is also super effective against the steel type. We could call it Diamond Blade or Diamond Cutter or something like that, because as we discussed, Diamond is harder than Metal, and Diamond is Earth. Quick little
Very inappropriate and off topic, but I think this would be funny. I've heard somebody refer to their nipples as diamond cutters. Felt like I had to really mention that.
tangent here. I actually came up with a move called Weed Whacker as a kid, which was a steel type move that was also super effective against grass. And that was before Freeze Dry existed. So I feel like I might deserve some kind of royalties. There aren't any types that I think Earth should be weak to that Rock and Ground are not already weak to. So that means Earth is defensively weak to grass, water, and ice. The same as Ground.
Haha! It is I, Gurren Tip Boy!
Hey man, ooh, is that an Air Up? The sponsor of today's video. Bottle I see there?
It is! After you introduced me to it, I got one in my favorite color.
Well, technically black is the absence of color.
Don't do that. No one likes
Okay, most people don't refer to it like that. Black is a color.
people who do that.
Sorry, but it seems like you're liking it.
Oh, 100%! Being able to flavor water just by making it smell good is amazing! And it's gotten me to drink so much more water! I don't feel so darn dehydrated all the time, so I just feel better across the board! And it's just so easy!
Same here, and fully agreed on it being easy. Pick a flavor pod, slide it over the mouthpiece, lift it up.
Apparently these things work. I have a friend that has one of these, and I'm like, does it actually taste different?
And suddenly you have flavored water that's just regular water.
I think I have tried one of those ones actually a long time ago.
It's crazy. Tons of flavors to choose from too. Peach
I always find that wild.
tea is my personal favorite.
I'm more of a strawberry lemongrass man myself. You know, because I have taste.
Don't love how condescending you're being today.
Sorry, just holiday gift giving stress. Giovanni is so hard to buy for.
Well, duh, dude, just get him an Air Up bottle. I'm doing that for my family, and him being able to drink flavored water with no guilt might make him lighten up a bit. Plus, Air Up is doing their biggest sale ever right now.
Shout out
Gift
to Air Up
this holiday season by clicking the link in the description below to save up to 40% on all orders from November 20th to 27th.
Perfect, I'll buy him one immediately. Now you behave.
What? Was I not before?
Ta-ta!
But what about resistances? Rock resists fire, flying, normal, and poison. Ground only resists poison and rock. Immediately, this means Earth should resist poison, then the rock resistance is gone since the types combined. Additionally though, I think it should resist fire and normal. While only rock resists fire, both rock and ground are super effective against it. That's an easy reason to make Earth resist it too. As for
Makes sense.
normal, what's a rat gonna do to a boulder? Like, yeah, sure, it could dig in.
I don't know. A really strong rat with a really strong attack stat could do something to a boulder.
To some dirt and make like a burrow or something, but the dirt's gonna be fine. It's just like slightly relocated. As for flying, I definitely do not think Earth should resist it. This stems from flying being kind of a weird type that's a combination of the actual element air, the physical act of flying, and just birds.
Burb.
Obligatory go Team Sky. Now, if you focus on the wind aspect, I think an argument could be made for Earth being weak to flying. Wind can definitely blow away dirt, and wind abrasion is a form of weathering. However, the bird aspect of the flying type, there's not much any birds doing to some rocks. And you kill two birds with one stone.
Get it? Anyways.
So maybe if we did the opposite with flying, where it was divided into a wind and a bird type, then wind would be good against Earth and bird would be weak to it. But since they're just one type, I think it cancels out and just flying hits Earth neutrally. Now finally for defense,
I'm okay with that.
immunities. Rock has none, while ground is immune to electric. I think we keep this immunity, since I feel like a stone would do a similarly good job of insulating electricity as the ground.
I think so too.
So on defense, that leaves the Earth type with 3 weaknesses, 3 resistances, and 1 immunity, which is actually the same amount of each category as the flying type. without altering rock and ground to earth. Now for offense. Rock is super effective against bug, fire, flying, and ice. Ground is super effective against electric, fire, poison, rock, and steel. First, we remove the rock-ground interaction as discussed earlier, and also as discussed earlier, steel is now a neutral matchup. Ice is now strong against earth, so it definitely shouldn't be weak to it. Then we're of course keeping fire, since both rock and ground are strong against it already. This makes sense since dirt and rocks are both fire insulators, and stone or dirt walls are used to contain wildfires. Earth is also gonna stay strong against electric. Like I mentioned earlier, I think earth insulates electricity regardless of whether it's dirt or rock.
They can't get through.
But also, if we didn't do this, electric would have no weaknesses. I'd like for earth to be strong against poison as well. Ground is, and while rock isn't, it does resist it. It's easy to just make both of them strong against it. Plus, it does make sense. Like, you can't poison rocks or ground. That brings us to bug and flying. Two types where one of the earth types is good against them, while the other is not. First, flying. I think flying should maintain its immunity and be immune to earth. The only way stones or earth ever really harm birds is if they are launched, and thus leave the earth. However, I do think the move Smackdown, which would become an Earth-type move, should be converted to a weaker Thousand Arrows. Thousand Arrows is one of Zygarde's signature moves that, despite being ground-type, can hit flying or floating targets, and grounds them in the process.
It's such a fun move!
Smackdown also grounds targets, but since it's currently a Rock-type move, it can hit flying.
Isn't there, what is that other move? It's like Gravity? That's the move that also makes it so that flying Pokemon are on the ground now?
Type Pokemon. If it becomes an Earth-type move, then it needs to specify that it can still hit flying Pokemon. As for the bug type, I think Earth should be strong against it. While bug
Is it Smackdown?
resists ground and rock is super effective against it, so far Earth is only
I might be switching the two or something.
super effective against 3 types: fire, electric, and poison. Rock is strong against 4, while ground is super effective against 5. So it doesn't make sense to me that the combo type is super effective against fewer types than either of the originals. Plus, we can logic this with rocks crushing bugs and the fact that I never really understood why bug resisted ground in the first place. Oddly enough, though, rock has never
Gravity makes all mons grounded. I see.
resisted bug, so neither will earth. And now, what types resist earth? Rock is resisted by fighting, ground, and steel, while ground is resisted by bug and grass. However, I've already messed with most of these types. Fighting isn't strong against earth, so I see no need for it to resist it. Ground is now a part of earth. Steel is now neutral both ways with earth, and bug is now weak to earth. That leaves grass as the only type to resist earth, which would tie it with dragon and ghost for being resisted by the fewest types. However, it would actually be more offensively broken than either of those other two, because while dragon and ghost are only resisted by one type each, they're only super effective against 1 or 2 types, whereas earth is already super effective against 4. I have a solution though. The first is to make water resist earth. Despite water being strong against both rock and ground, it resists neither, which I find a little odd. You drop a boulder into the water splashes and then reforms. An earthquake can cause a tsunami, so the earth just made the water stronger. I don't see how earth could do anything to water at all. In fact, water outnumbers earth on our planet's surface. Now, this does take water from 4 resistances up to 5.
That is true. I am the source. I am the trusted source in this. What he is saying is absolutely correct. Trust.
Which is quite a few, but I don't think it makes water broken, because offensively, it was super effective against 3 types, and now it's only super effective against 2. I also think Earth should be one of the
yeah, I'm also the Earth Shaker, so I guess I'm also qualified in whatever he's saying.
Several types that resists itself. Ground already resists rock. And yes, while rock is weak to ground, so we could feasibly cancel those out, Earth resisting itself makes sense to me. Like, think about some other types that resist themselves. Fire resists fire, because if you fight fire with fire, you just get more fire.
Big fire.
Water resists itself, because if you add more water to water, just more water. And then earth, you add more stone and dirt to stone and dirt. You got more stones and dirt. So this is the final type chart for the earth type. On defense, it's weak to grass, water, and ice, resistant to poison, fire, and normal, and immune to electric. Then on offense, it's strong against electric, fire, poison, and bug, resisted by grass, water, and itself, and unable to hit flying. Now, how does this affect existing rock and ground type Pokemon? Well, simply, any that have rock or ground type have that type replaced by earth. As for the 9 rock ground dual type Pokemon, they simply become pure earth type Pokemon. Including different forms, there are 86
we're
rock
changing the types. Got it.
type Pokemon and 90 ground type Pokemon. So adding those together, -9 in order for the rock ground Pokemon not to be counted twice, gives us 167 earth type Pokemon. That puts it as the
That's
second
a
most
lot.
populous type, behind water's 175 and above normal's 150, which honestly
That's actually a lot.
makes sense to me. Our planet has a ton of water, but it's also got a ton of land. Now, what are some specific
Facts.
Pokemon species that are helped or hurt by this? I'll get Wolfie's expert opinion later in the video, but for now, I'll offer some of my own thoughts. Most originally ground-type Pokemon will remain pretty much the same defensively, since the Earth type has the same weaknesses and immunity as ground. Rock types are another story, though. Golem, Rhyperior, and Rhydon go from 2 4x weaknesses to none, which instantly makes them much more useful. Even with its 4x weaknesses, Rhyperior had some Gen 8 popularity as a Trick Room sweeper. If it became pure Earth type, I think it would fare even better. Tyranitar is also thrilled. It's one of the best competitive Pokemon in history,
is.
despite its
Every time I have faced against a goddamn Tyranitar, I wanted to, KMS. Yes.
7 weaknesses, one of them 4x. But now with this type chart change, it's down to only 4, none of them 4x. It loses its usefulness against
Alt F.
flying types, but I think that's a trade it's very willing to make. Speaking of Tyranitar, I should mention that Sandstorm affects the Earth type the same as the Rock type. It cannot hurt them, and it gives them a 50% special defense boost. That's a change that former ground types, especially sand summoning ones like Hippowdon and Sandaconda, definitely appreciate. Additionally, water rock type Pokemon like Dreadnought and Kabutops are now a lot better. Water ground has been one of the best types in the game for a long time, since it only has 1 weakness, a 4x weakness to grass. Water rock Pokemon were always worse, since they had that same 4x grass weakness plus 3 others. But now all of them are water earth, which is defensively like water ground, and thus quite good. Overall, I think
Very
rock-type
good.
Pokemon would appreciate
I am water earth type.
the change to Earth, but there are some that I think maybe don't like it as much, especially if their secondary typing is weak to flying. Cradilly, Terrakion, Cleavor, and others gain new weaknesses to flying since Earth does not resist it. Now, whether that trade-off is worth it is, well, it depends on the Pokemon. Other Pokemon are kind of a mixed bag. Rock flying type Pokemon, such as Archeops or Aerodactyl, turn their electric weakness into an immunity, lose their weakness to steel, and gain a resistance to fighting. However, in exchange, they gain a 4x weakness to ice. Is that a worthy trade?
I think that's a worthy trade.
Maybe. As for the effects beyond this, Wolfie's gonna have to help me, but there are a couple more things I have to cover first.
Welcome in.
One of them being gym
watching
leaders.
this.
As you might imagine, all rock and ground leaders become earth leaders. However, Brock and Giovanni are the only rock ground pair of gym leaders in the same region. There is a Gym Leader Elite 4 overlap, Rourke and Bertha in Sinnoh, but I don't really mind that since we've had these overlaps before. For example, Chuck and Bruno, then Koga and Agatha. Yes, I know Agatha's technically a ghost type specialist, but her Kanto team
Agatha might as well be poison.
is 60% ghost type and 100% poison type. So what do we do about Brock and Giovanni? We cannot have 2 gym leaders of the same type in the same region.
We get rid of one of them and replace them with another character.
Well, I think a pretty easy fix is make Giovanni a normal type leader.
Okay, that's also a fair suggestion.
In all of his appearances, he uses either Kangaskhan or Persian in the first 2 battles, but then ditches them for the gym battle. He could simply just use those in the gym battle, and then fill out the rest of his team with some other powerful Kanto normal types that players don't really see any other trainers use. Specifically, Snorlax, Tauros, and Porygon would be perfect, especially Porygon. You don't really see it anywhere outside of the game corner, and like, Team Rocket is built under the game corner. Giovanni would definitely be able to get a Porygon. Those 3 normal types, like Kangaskhan, are rare, so it would be a testament to his criminal capabilities to obtain them. And that covers everything I can do alone. So let's go over to my interview with Wolfie. Wolfie, thank you so much
Look at him.
for taking the time to look over my
He's so
idea
happy.
for an earth type instead of rock and ground. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank
Is he gonna get criticized?
you for having me. I'm honestly really excited to take a look at what you came up with. I really like theorying around typing. I think it's a really fun kind of conversation. So yeah, I'm excited to see what you came up with.
Alrighty, so we'll just
He's like, this is fucking ass. He's not gonna say that, but
hop right into it. This is the
Thank you
type
for the
chart
hydrate.
for the earth type. I tried to combine rock and ground, which was easy for certain things, like water and grass, and it was hard for others. So with all that in mind and this type chart, where do you think, just from an initial look at this, where would it rank kind of in a tier list? I've watched your type tier list videos before, and I know kind of the top
I'm
tier.
gonna make myself a little smaller so we can see Wolfie's face better.
Types tend to be steel, fairy, and water. Would it be up there with them, or would it be kind of in the middle, or do you think it's garbage like bug?
I definitely don't. I think we're looking definitely towards the upper end. The only question is how far up. First of all, I want to call out that you did a lot of things that I really liked. There are a couple types, like the type chart is kind of complicated because all the types interact with
I can barely remember the type chart.
other types in specific ways. And one of the types that I think is like not super obviously, like I don't think it's as obvious how strong it is the fire type. And so when you were like, oh, I'm combining rock and ground into the earth type, I was like, I really hope that he doesn't like buff fire by doing this, because that like fire is already really good, and taking away one of its like main counters in like rock and ground could be like kind of concerning. So I think that overall you did a really good job here. In terms of how good the type would be, it's kind of tricky because like, so for example, you mentioned that all earth types would benefit from sandstorm, right? And something that jumps out to me is ground has traditionally been a really good type just because there aren't that many types that resist it. There's 2 resistances in grass and bug, and then flying is immune, and bug is rarely relevant, to be honest. And half the time when there are relevant bugs, they're like Scissor and Volcarona, so they're neutral against ground anyway. All of which to say, like, giving the Pokemon like Landorus like a sandstorm special defense boost sounds really scary, right? We're like,
It sounds kind of broken, I'm not gonna lie.
that's not necessarily a feature of the type itself, but it's kind of a feature of like, or you're buffing existing Pokemon. So if you had a format with like Landorus and Tyranitar being good, I think that like Earth could be up there as one of the best types just because of the Sandstorm interaction, and like Landorus is so good. But even with like in a vacuum, when we're not thinking about specific Pokemon, I think it's definitely strong. You kept a lot of what makes ground and rock good while keeping it, in my opinion, pretty reasonable. Electric is a big one, right? Where electric only has the one weakness, so obviously you need to hit it. And then like it's also a good offensive type, so keeping the immunity, like that's already really good. That kind of interaction is one of the things that makes ground a really good typing. So I think that's a long-winded answer, but on the whole, I think you did a good job. This doesn't seem broken to me. Like, it wasn't like you're like, this type is super effective against every type and resists all of the types, you know?
Yes! That sounds like a something I would do.
It seems like you really did a good job keeping balance in mind, and I would give you a grade of an A in terms of, like, if I were a teacher grading this, I would give you an A for what you came up with.
Oh, why, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, when I was kind of making it, I completely forgot about fire being like a sneaky, really good type.
Yeah, it's not obvious, frankly. Like, it feels like it should be like an average type, but it always ends up being actually pretty good.
Yeah, and it does make it so it only has 2 weaknesses now, but like with the changes of making all rock and ground type Pokemon Earth type,
right?
Earth still does not surpass water for the most populous type.
Right.
And I was like, that makes sense. Our planet has a lot of water, and then second most land.
Yeah.
I liked.
Makes a lot of sense. Trust.
To think it would still work out simply because, like, yeah, fire has 1 less weakness, but then the quantity remains the same of the Earth type Pokemon.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense to me. I think that like where it gets tricky is when you start getting into like dual type Pokemon, where like for example, a Pokemon that comes to mind is Heatran, where Heatran is an amazing.
I love Heatran. Look how cute he is.
Like an amazing Pokemon, and already even with a 4 times weakness to ground, and so when you take away one of its weaknesses, like I think that's where it starts getting kind of tricky. And I wonder if like there are Pokemon that like are really weak to like, here's a good example. Articuno, right? Where like Articuno and Moltres
type. We're watching a theory video if they were to have an Earth type.
are both pretty bad Pokemon because they're 4 times weak to rock. But being a flying type, actually flying is another type I wanted to kind of talk about because flying isn't really represented here at all on the type chart, except for the fact that you can't hit it at all. And so removing one of flying's most common weaknesses in rock, I think that like those are the cases where things start to get a little bit more tricky.
Actually, when writing the script, I completely forgot about Stealth Rock.
Yeah.
And just how
like
yeah, how many flying type Pokemon would be thrilled by that, because it basically like flying type Pokemon normally they don't care about entry hazards outside of Stealth Rock, at which point they care a lot.
Yeah.
And I know entry hazards aren't as big of a deal in VGC as they are in singles, but that's pretty significant. I would have to think about whether maybe it's changed like Smackdown to specify it can still hit birds because of like the fact that it specifies that the rocks float in the move description. So, but maybe it's like, it's still not super effective against a pure flying type, but it can still touch them. Maybe that's a balancing thing, because I did notice that flying really appreciates this change, losing one of its weaknesses. And I was like,
I mean, if I was a flying type, I'd be fucking happy if I lost one of my major weaknesses.
I'm kind of okay with that. Team Sky is like my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go Team Sky!
But yeah, as I think more about it, like flying is another type that's kind of deceptively strong. Like it doesn't feel like it should be strong, to be honest, because it has like weaknesses to like electric and rock and ice, and yeah, like there's like it's like not hitting that many moves that's super effective, but there's a lot of really strong flying type moves like Hurricane and Brave Bird, and like now there's like Bleak Wind Storm and stuff, and so there's always these good like flying type attacks, and there's not that many Pokemon that resist it. Right now, for example, in the current format, having flying coverage, like I think every team I've built in the current format has not had a flying resistance, because the only real electric type is Iron Hands. Rock types are bad, and there's not that many steel types if you're not using Heatran. And so yeah, removing the resistance to flying, it might benefit a little bit too much, even more so than steel, frankly, from this change, because it's already a sneakily good type, in my opinion. And basically with this change, you're eliminating a type that can hit it for super effective, and you're keeping the type that can't touch it at all. And so like if you were like the designer of Generation 10 and you were like, we were playtesting this, flying and steel would be the Pokemon that I would be most interested in testing to see like if they're just way too broken now.
This is a very Team Sky leaned change.
That's right, because you're talking about the Earth, but really it's the sky who benefits.
Now, if we did my other proposed
That was the reason why he made this video.
change, which I've wanted for years, and that being steel weak to electric.
Then I think it's okay. Like I think then,
okay.
I can't say offhand if it would like basically even out, but you still have like another good type that steel is weak to, so I think it would be okay. Yes.
What types do you think are harmed the most by this change?
I think fire comes off a little bit worse here, because like water is already, as you said, the most common type in the Pokedex, and so having the second most common type in the Pokedex also resist your moves, it probably hurts a little bit. Yeah, I think fire actually probably, like, because there's always so many good ground types, thinking about like, again, Landorus becoming an earth type, I think fire probably is hurt a fair bit by this, but it's not, I don't think it would make fire bad. I think it would just be like a slight nerf. I think fighting as well, because you removed rock's weakness to fighting. Fighting feels like it's always like, it's good, but not great, and it's like I feel like it's pretty towards the middle, at least in like current format, where like removing one of the types that it's for super effective, it definitely doesn't like love it, but it also doesn't hurt that much. Yeah, so on the whole, I would say fire, fighting, like those are probably the ones that jump out the most to me.
Gotcha. Next, I wanted to talk about any specific Pokemon that come to mind that like are either really severely nerfed or like really significantly buffed. One thing that I thought, and let me know if I'm wrong about this, because I know weakness policy is a thing, but I was under the impression that the rock ground Pokemon are significantly better as a result of this change. They just become defensively, like, significantly better. But I also know, especially back in the Dynamax days, like Rhyperior was a Trick Room weakness policy guy.
What the fuck kind of build was that?
So I wanted to see if you agree with me that overall the rock ground Pokemon become a lot better by becoming just pure earth type.
Yeah, 100%. This is a huge buff for rock and ground types. When I first saw this, the first Pokemon that came into my mind was Rhyperior for exactly the reasons that you said. Like the overlapping water grass weakness is a huge problem for Pokemon like that, and like there are, you know, people would sometimes run Brick Break or Bulldoze to activate the weakness policy, but on the whole, like you're basically giving up like several weaknesses and multiple 4x weaknesses, and you're gaining, I'm forgetting off the top of my head all the types that rock and ground resist, but I feel like resisting earth is pretty valuable, like turning to a pure earth type and gaining an earth resistance. So yeah, I think in general a lot of Pokemon that are dual type with rock benefit a lot from this, or just rock type in general. Like Aggron is another one where you like lose your 4x weakness to fighting and your 4x weakness to ground. It probably wouldn't like be good necessarily, but it would definitely make it a lot more valuable, you know?
Poor Aggron.
Poor Aggron. I mean, I like Aggron, but it's
so cool.
I'm not gonna lie to the people. It's not very good.
He's a little guy.
Another Pokemon that stood out to me because it's a pseudo freaking legendary is Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean, Tyranitar is good in spite of its
Don't like that one, dude.
typing, not because of it. And also it would gain basically the equivalent of like ground stab, being able to hit electric and poison types, which it wasn't able to hit before, in exchange for, I guess, losing flying. But yeah, like I think this is a really big buff to Tyranitar. A lot of Pokemon that can be used in Sandstorm in general, like Excadrill is another one where now you can have Sand Rush Excadrill.
Yeah, if it loses its quad weakness, that's, yeah, GG, bro. Everyone's running it.
Boost, which to me sounds terrifying. Personally, like, oh, you've got double speed. You're basically under Tailwind, and you have an Assault Vest, and you haven't even used your item yet. So I think Excadrill would, in formats where the power level is lower, I think Excadrill would be in contention for like best Pokemon in the game. Like early Sword and Shield, if the Earth type was a thing, I think Excadrill Tyranitar would be very difficult to stop, especially now that we have items like Clear Amulet, which can like reduce one of the only tools that we normally have against Excadrill, which is Intimidate. So yeah, I think that in general, ground types that benefit from Sandstorm or can work in Sandstorm, I think benefit a lot here.
I think it's kind of funny that I finished this. I'm like, oh yeah, Sandstorm. I should mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense that it would do the same thing for Earth as it does Rock, because Earth is Rock. So like, yeah, just go ahead.
Rock.
And it seems I
Earth, big rock.
might have created a broken weather.
Yeah. Yeah, sand would be honestly kind of unbelievable. Like again, just Tyranitar Landorus just sounds horrifying personally.
Oh god. I mean, rain. Is it better than rain?
Yeah, although like it's whenever there have been times where both Tyranitar and the rain users, Politoed and Pelipper, have like both been legal and both been good. It's like it kind of comes down to playing, but I typically prefer sand over rain personally. Also, you could run Gastrodon, which would just solve your problem, because Gastrodon also like benefits a bit because it gets the earth resistance now as well.
Oh yeah.
So you can run like Tyranitar Excadrill. You could probably make a really good mono earth team and just like roll people with it. Like Tyranitar Excadrill, Gastrodon, Landorus, like that's already a very, very strong like pairing of Pokemon.
Oops. You know, are there any other Pokemon that come to mind that you think would be like very significantly impacted one way or another? Like any specific species or any like categories?
Like Articuno was pretty good it was usable this season for the first time ever. And like if you don't have a rock type to hit it, then yeah, I think it would have been even more difficult to deal with. Also, ice in general, like one thing that we haven't talked about is that all the rock types that were neutral versus ice are now weak to it. So I guess Articuno specifically now loses one of its main weaknesses. It's now all of the rock types that used to resist it are now weak to it as well. So yeah, I think that Articuno is a Pokemon that really would benefit a ton with this change. Yeah, I think Heatran's another one.
Damn.
Like Heatran is already so tanky and so hard to remove that like losing its 4x weakness is I think a pretty big deal, because even hitting Heatran for like a super, especially because a lot of rock and ground moves are physical, earth moves would be the same, right? Being able to like intimidate a ground type, like right now if you intimidate a ground type, Heatran's still going down, but like if you were to intimidate an earth type, like it will probably survive, and that can be a really big deal for a Pokemon like Heatran that's already so difficult to remove. So I would say anything with a 4x weakness to either ground or rock benefits a lot. And I guess I've called out a couple of those, like Articuno and Moltres, for example. But yeah, Pokemon with 4 times weaknesses, getting that reduced to a 2 times weakness is a massive deal.
My final question for you. If you had to choose between leaving the type chart as it is right now or making the changes that I've proposed, what would you as a competitive player prefer? I know that may be difficult to answer without ever actually playing any version of the game with the Earth type, but like, what's your gut telling you?
I would probably leave it as is, not because I think that like you did a poor job or anything. I actually think you did a really good job, but I'm just thinking about Pokemon like Excadrill and Sandstorm, Landorus and Sandstorm, right? And I just feel like with a change like this, it would impact so much of the game. I mean, even a type that isn't really like that relevant to the Earth type, being the flying type, like that could have such big implications. And especially as Pokemon
I think
always
it'll definitely change the entire meta.
changing their mechanics and stuff. Like flying was so good when we could run Max Airstream when like the Dynamax era, and like
Oh yeah.
like stuff like that, for example, or like Rhyperior was already really broken with Dynamax, and like I haven't even really thought about how terastallizing into the Earth type would affect certain Pokemon, you know what I mean? And so
yeah.
yeah, I kind of feel like
It's so complicated.
yeah, I think it's like if you were to like given the choice between combining any 2 types or even honestly adding an additional type, like I feel like the ecosystem of Pokemon's type chart is so closely connected and is so kind of like dependent on, like, the Pokemon were designed with their typings in mind, that I feel like if you start making major changes, you can easily kind of end up in a situation where something not obvious, like Articuno is not a good Pokemon, but you know, I can see a world where Articuno is like one of the best Pokemon in the formats because of a change like this. So
Yeah.
I feel like the game is broken right now, but it's broken in a way that
That's facts.
I'm used to, and so I'd rather have the safety of like
He's just like not. He's just desensitized at this
knowing
point.
the ways in which it's broken rather than risk breaking it even more, you know?
Real.
Well, thank you
real.
so much, Wolfie. Your expertise has vastly increased
Shout out to my goat Wolfie.
Increased my
Look at him. Look how proud he is.
knowledge and my viewers.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I love talking about like theoretical type stuff, so this was a lot of fun.
So in the end, would combining rock and ground into the Earth type break the game?
Yes.
Yeah, it would. But it's already broken. I would just break it differently and make Team Sky happy. Thanks so much for watching. Be sure to subscribe to both myself and Wolfie. And that's all I have for now. So until next time, big fans. Gotta catch them all.
I'm very inclined to think that he made this video as a way to try to buff Team Sky, and that is my headcanon. Anyways, chat, I really need to go pee. I will be right back, and then we will watch another video, okay? Please promise to behave. I will be right back. Hold up. Let me put our little ferret walk. Yeah. Ferret walk time. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. It's piss girl time. I needed to pee so bad. I said as I refilled my water. Hi, Kane. Hello. Hi, Kane. If Sai gets 5 gift subs, they'll come back faster. I needed to pee so bad, chat. Oh my god. I was like, video, please be over. I need to. It's piss girl time, please. Please, please. Since when has chat ever behaved? No, you guys behaved while I was gone this time around. Welcome back. Thanks. Kate, have you been playing Champions? I've been dabbling into it. It's fun. It's fun. I like my nuke Sylveon. It's so silly. Thank you, thank you. I had a good piss. If I had to rate that piss, that was like an 8.7 out of 10 piss. An 87%. Build a train in chat. Usually people like to build ladders. Like they use the little ladder emote. I don't know. I always found that really silly. I always found that really funny. Oh, we have to what? 2 more videos to watch? And just I'll get through these ones. Oh my god. From 3 years ago, 2022. I have it installed, but I haven't booted it up. Oh my goodness. Let me know when you do, because it's a lot of fun. Anyways, we're gonna be watching I Made a Pokemon for Every Type. Listen, I really love Mikey's little like creative videos. I always find those really fun where he's like making something. So we're gonna be watching I Made a Pokemon for Every Type by MNJTV.
Greetings, Pokefans! Michael here, and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are certain to have a bunch of new
This was before Scarlet and Violet. Pokopia has me in a chokehold. I fortunately escaped for now.
Pokemon.
For now. I will probably be playing Pokopia again once the semester's over.
So I am going to make some of them. And by that I mean I'm gonna make some up. They're not gonna be in the game, but I hope some similar ones are. I'm going to be designing one.
That I guess we can now judge whether or not they were similar or not.
Pokemon for each of the 18 types, and the twist is that I'm gonna do it on the spot.
Oh, we're not pre-planning any of this.
With my limited artistic ability on a borrowed iPad. All right,
It's not even his iPad.
Create. Gonna see how this goes. First, we're gonna do normal. What is a normal Pokemon? Normal type Pokemon
It's
are
like
just
an animal.
Just animals? What's an animal that we don't have
I was gonna say goat, but we have Go-Goat.
a Pokemon of yet, or one that we do, but we could have more? An opossum. Aren't they marsupials? Yeah, opossums
I
are.
like possums. Or is it possi? Is it possi or possums? What is the proper plural for multiple possum?
One of the only marsupials in the Americas. Okay, they have pointy ears. Oh no, too pointy. Entirely too pointy. As you can see, I am
He looks like a bean.
A digital artist. Okay, we gotta give him a pink nose. But how do I make this like more than just a drawing of an opossum? This is going so well. Oh, I know. It's gonna have the.
Oh my god. I shouldn't be. Okay, I'm not making fun of him or anything, but it is kind of goofy.
Pouch right there, which is not what possum pouch is
Mossy
actually
2D redrew some of Mikey's designs to look more like the Pokemon art style. Oh my goodness.
look like, but this is a Pokemon, so it's supposed to be different. How do you fill? Ha!
Oh.
Here's something I learned from Tauros. To change it from an animal to a Pokemon, just give it more than one tail. Oh wait, now this looks like a rat. Wait, I know
Yeah,
what to
that's
do.
a rat.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh
he
god.
didn't close the lines. Hi, Taylor.
I didn't fill the lines. Art is hard. How do some of you do this? Where is the leak? But you weren't expecting Pokemon leak video. Finally.
Literal
oh my
leak
god,
video.
That took so long. Maybe I should just do this. Wait, I
That's very fun.
just came up with a better idea. A really cool thing for this
I love
Pokemon.
this guy.
Okay, so check this out. He's got a baseball mitt on one hand, and in the other hand, he's holding a bunch of berries or apples or some other kind of fruit that he keeps in his pouch because he's a marsupial. And,
Wait, can we give him a baseball cap,
and
please?
his name, get ready for it, is Otossum. Oh, that's very funny. I do think the baseball mitt is a little much, but I feel like it helps.
It's funny.
You know, I've talked a lot about how I really want a grass fire Pokemon. So I think I'm gonna use the fire type drawing to make the grass fire type I wanna make. I definitely think that a pepper is a really cool way to
we're
make a
going down the
grass fire
food route
type.
again.
And so I'm making one that's a lizard. A lizard pepper. Because I like
lizard.
lizards. Oh, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa! I feel like there are people out here who've definitely made similar designs to this, but not exactly the same. Gotta have a cool eye. Well, this
We gotta put like a seed somewhere. What if he like spits seeds?
design was pretty simple, but I honestly think it looks really cool. Like if a professional drew it, it's not the
I guess you can say it is like Skull Villain.
best name, but I'm gonna call it Jalapeno. Oh wait, that sounds bad. How about
I was about to say, maybe let's not call it that.
we call this thing Komonyo? Komodo from Komodo Dragon and jalapeno. Or maybe
Komonyo.
Halamodo. One of those.
I like Komonyo.
Fighting! I feel like just some kind of ninja. We've definitely had ninja Pokemon before, but I feel like it'd be cool to have another one. But he's tiny. Why do I even try? I'm not sure what to make the accent colors, so I guess I'll just go with blue and yellow and see how that looks. He's angry. Where is...
We're doing this again.
I guess his hands should be blue.
Perfect.
The blue guy wearing a combat outfit. Oh heck, did I just design sock? You know what, I've committed. How do I make this more
This is just Sock, but ninja version.
like a Pokemon, not just a cartoon person?
What if this is just a regional variant of Sock?
No. A smile. That looks stupid.
Haha, it is I,
Grunty boy.
What's going on today?
Well, the sponsor of this video is Raid Shadow Legends, the
Oh,
incredibly fun
Lord.
free-to-play RPG where you can fight your way through epic battles and collect over 600 champions.
Don't ask me the color
and that
of
has
her.
me feeling nostalgic. They've been so supportive of us over the years, ever since the first promo we did for them back in December of 2020. It's this really fun game that's
That was like almost 6 years ago.
actually the sponsor of this video, Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, we were so young. I hadn't even grown my fabulous beard.
Actually, Grunty Boy, that was not my first raid promo.
What? What do you mean?
My first promo for them was actually over 3 years ago, more than a year before you showed up for the first time.
Before we dive into the memes, I'd like to take
Holy fuck, it's baby Mikey.
a bit to talk about the brand new mobile RPG game, Raid Shadow Legends. That's right, this video has a sponsor!
You did promos without me? And why were you so excited about it?
Well, before Raid became such a regular supporter of my channel, sponsorships were few and far between for me. Their support helped me invest more into the business.
I will admit you have upgraded your equipment. Your camera quality in that old promo is way worse than now, and that desk looks very uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, I now have this much nicer camera and a sit-stand desk. It's much better for ergonomics.
That's
I
pretty
suppose
cool.
your promo quality has evolved over the years, mainly because I'm now a part of it. Just like Raid has grown and evolved over the years. Right now they have a summer solstice event called Path of Light featuring branching paths with awesome new champions. There's
Okay.
also an event to get the amazing support champion Deliana simply by logging in and playing for 7 days between now and July 20th. And promo code MyDeliana will power her up like crazy. Be sure to download Raid by scanning the QR code on screen or heading to the link in the description below. New players will get a free starter pack worth almost $30 to kickstart their game, including a free champion Ina, 200,000 silver, 1 XP boost, 1 energy refill, and 1 ancient shard. You'll find rewards here for 30 days only.
Nice work. I gotta say, you do a much better job at this than I did before you came along.
Oh, stop it. And by that I mean please continue to praise me in all opportunities. Ta-ta!
Random markings. That kind of looks like an Ultra Ball. Now it doesn't. You know what? I the risk of over designing it, I think I'm gonna call it here. And we're gonna call it training, because it's a ninja in training. This one would need an evolution. That's the whole point. This is a baby one. As you can, and he's very small. And he also has stylish blue and yellow parts of his color scheme, just like me. As you can see, I am selling new merch at mnjtvmerch.com for a very limited time. We've got this cool zip down hoodie, which I really like. And then
That's
if you
pretty
zip
cool.
it down, oh, look at that. There's a t-shirt with my name on it. It's been a while since I've sold anything with just MNJTV on it. You can get these at mnjtvmerch.com for a very limited time, so if you want one or both, head to the link in the description below and pick one up while you can. A sea creature that I'm genuinely surprised we don't have a Pokemon of yet is the orca, because those things are
They're very beautiful, but they're also really scary.
badass. Well, I guess Kyogre is like somewhat inspired by an orca because it like has the spot and stuff like that. But like, I'm talking like, I don't know, just, okay, another one, all right? And you know what would make orcas even more badass? If they could walk. Okay, so this looks cool, but it looks kind of just like an orca that can walk, and I need to figure out a way to make it more Pokemon. A different color. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Realized it needed a tail. That looks like a, maybe just more markings? And maybe its eyes like glowing red, so it's like really menacing. Red stripes. It's the blood of its enemies. Wait, blue and red, that's also like Kyogre. Well, I feel silly for doing it again, but I feel like yellow works well. You know what? I should stop it there.
I like how he's kind of buff. He reminds me of I don't know what I don't know, just like those animated like sharks or whatever that are low-key kind of sexy, but anyways.
I should just leave it there. This is the Pokemon, and its name is going to be Orcane. Maybe this is a pseudo-legendary. It's very rare. It spends most of its time in the water, but it can come onto land. It's water and fighting or dark. If it fights to defend sea creatures, it's water fighting. If it's just a jerk, then it's water dark. I feel like some of my ideas are actually turning out like kind of decent, like kind of cool. I just can't draw. So if there's any Pokemon that I've drawn so far, or ones that I draw after this, and you're a talented artist, and you want to redraw them, send them to the subreddit. Meme reviews next week, and fan art of some of these Pokemon. It's fake Pokemon.
That would be pretty cool. Oh my god, you're right! It's literally just Gantu from Lilo and Stitch. Wait, you're actually kind of right.
Could end up in the video if you make it. All right, flying, and I'm gonna make a Team Sky Pokemon. Everybody's making fun of Air Bud for being a dog on Team Sky.
Flying dog.
We're gonna make a flying dog Pokemon, and he's gonna have big ears. Look at that, isn't he cute? He flies with his big
Oh my god, he kind of looks like a bunny.
floppy ears. And we're gonna make him green for Team Sky. Oh my god, where's the leak? This one is this one's pretty simple, but I don't wanna, well, you know what? All right, we'll do some Team Sky accent colors. How about that? Give me yellow belly. But Team Sky colors, it's Rayquaza colors. And a
It's literally just Rayquaza when he was a baby.
collar, there you go. And we'll call him Flop Flap, because his flops flap. Next up, we've got grass, and I think I'm gonna make a Smoliv evolution, because that sounds fun. I'm picturing an olive shape with olive arm hand things. There's the little olive head things. All right, now those look like olives. We gotta have the Smoliv face, and then I picture it scuttling around on like,
The olive low-key kind of cute.
the plant, like the plant that was on the top of its head is now on the bottom. And then everywhere it goes, it oozes olive oil. That olive oil
Arboliva?
that comes out of Smoliv's head, now it just oozes everywhere.
Arboliva?
But these reds,
But not Arboliva. Arboliva looks a lot better than this, but it's kind of funny.
spots are also cannons that can fire the olive oil or spray it out like a
squirt
geyser.
oil everywhere.
And maybe he's angry because it was so scared as a baby, and now it's grown and it's powerful. It's olive cannons. And maybe instead of grass normal, it's grass fighting. And its new name is Brawliv. I like it. I think this will be fun, especially just the olive oil.
Wait, the olive oil's kind of cracked high speed stat. Fast just oil. When you're oiled up, you're just faster.
Cannons for
Trust.
hands.
Okay, so next is poison, and I kind of want to make a poison dart frog. I know that Krogan can Toxicroak are
I think you could make a better one than Krogan.
partially based on poison dart frogs, but like, they're not colorful enough. They're kind of just like a dark blue and black, like a little bit of orange / red. But like, I've seen some poison dart frogs at the zoo recently, and they are very vibrant. So I'm gonna make a very brightly colored, really cute frog. This Krogan, we love him, we respect him, he's not cute. Okay, so we got the cute frog body.
Why does it look like the leapfrog frog?
And now I just need to make him a poison dart. Okay, so we got a cute little frog, and now we just need to make him vibrantly colored.
He just looks like leapfrog.
Maybe we could do multiple? There we go.
Oh,
it's-
leapfrog with horns.
Got darts. The top of it's like a poison dart frog. You can shoot those off. All right, there we go. And it can
Oh, it comes in different colors.
come in multiple vibrant colors.
Wait,
What is
that's
its
so
name?
funny.
We'll call it Dartoad. I feel like that's pretty good. Electric.
Dartoad. Thank you for the
You know,
follow,
I feel like we
Meister.
have
Welcome in.
a lot of turtle Pokemon already, but we could always use more, because who doesn't like turtles? So here's what I'm thinking. It is a
box.
sea turtle that just hovers on land via the use of electromagnetism. And its
It's just floating.
shell is a big battery, which I'm realizing I should have made cylindrical. Hold on. Yeah, another electric type with levitate.
He looks a little sad, no?
What color should this battery
He
be?
looks
Well, there
a
we
little
go. I think this is
sad.
a pretty simple design, but a cute one, and its name is
Dartoad sounds like a high school insult.
just going to be Batterty.
Batterty.
All right, ground. I know I'm doing a lot of
Yeah,
like
it's close enough. Welcome back to Terrapagos.
reptiles and amphibians, but like I love those kinds of creatures. So I think we should have a horny toad Pokemon.
What? Okay.
Horned toad. Horned toad. So you basically just
I like how he immediately corrected himself. I love that he corrected himself.
draw, and you just cover in a bunch of spikes.
What is this?
And then, once again, I've just drawn the animal. What makes a Pokemon a Pokemon, and not just an animal? Preposterous shape. We're going to make it an orb. Yes. Yes!
I love this
Spike
one.
ball. That would. This is the base form. It'll be a big one. Wait. Are horned toads the ones that can shoot blood out of their eyes? The horned lizard.
What?
Horned toads. Okay, they're horned lizards. They call them toads even though they're lizards. But yeah, some of them could shoot blood from their eyes as a defense mechanism. which
Oh
we
my
are
god.
clearly
This looks like something I would see in my dreams.
going to use in this design. And this looks
Oh my god, that looks freaking dark.
metal. All
It-
right.
yeah, it
And then
kinda
do we make
does.
his eyes red? You know, I think we do. I don't think it'll actually squirt blood from its eyes because it'll be a bit too intense for a Pokemon.
Can we just like squirt like eye liquid or something or slime?
But
I don't know. Maybe blood and ground shouldn't work. What if he just squirts mud?
it has design aspects that remind you of that. We'll call this thing Horn Orb. It's round. It's covered in the spikes stuff. Anyways, okay, so for the psychic one, I'm thinking we
He's like, let's just get this one over with. let's just get this over
make a
with.
crystal ball Pokemon because that would be cool. So I
That would
really
be
just need a
cool.
circle, and we fit. Why? Okay, there we go. It's not a perfect circle, but It's close enough. Ooh, let's do a fancy brush. Ooh. Oh man, this makes me feel like a real artist. Got a speckle and some stars here.
Okay, wait, he's kind of cooking.
Need eyes.
Wait.
Yes.
Chat, he's kind of
And
cooking,
then
I'm not gonna
something
lie.
Else. Make it not just a ball. There we go. It has a curtain,
Christmas
a
ball.
tablecloth, a cape, whatever you want to call it. I think I want to give it a
Christmas
mouth. There we go. Let's do some shading on here because I'm feeling professional. There we go. I think this thing's cute. It floats around. The inside changes. Maybe it changes colors when it's
would be
different
cool if it
emotions.
did.
We'll call it prophecy. What if there was a goat or a bighorn sheep that was a rock type? Because they're like really good at hopping along rocks. I've made its legs entirely too long, but I'm rolling with it. I also have no idea what kind of tail these animals have. Okay, I've drawn a weird bighorn
I don't
sheep.
know what goat tails look like either. It's fine.
And I make it a Pokemon by making its horns made of stone. There you go. It's got rock horns and rock hooves and rock. I don't know. It has an
struggling,
extra
man.
pair of
I get
legs to better hop the rocks with. There we go. And we're gonna call it Parcorn, which sounds like
Is it because he jumps around?
golfing with a vegetable. Is corn a vegetable? But it's parkour and horn.
Corn is a grain, right?
They're experts
Vegetable? I don't know.
at hopping along the cliffs. Got stone in their hooves and horns. Maybe whenever they knock a rock loose, it gets absorbed into its body. That's what I'm going with. An ice type, I feel like has to be a moose. We need a moose Pokemon. We don't have one. This is gonna be my ice type. Now, just to sort out how I make an ice type moose without just copying other artists' ideas. Never mind. I'm not gonna
Corn is a vegetable, otherwise the food pyramid is lying.
make the ice type the moose.
Facts!
I'll do that with a different animal or a different type. Do we have a
Did they make a moose Pokemon in Did they really? What Pokemon is it? I can't remember any moose Pokemon. I deeply apologize. Tinglu. Tinglu's a moose? Why did I not know this?
snow leopard Pokemon? I don't think so. Maybe I can
Ooh, Chenpao's a snow leopard.
do that. I'm giving it big poofy feet.
Remember when pizza was considered a vegetable? You know, I don't remember that. You know, in my head, I would believe pizza's a vegetable.
Because snow leopards
Pizza has vegetables.
have big pad
Tomato is a, well, actually no, tomato's a fruit. Never mind.
paws to help it walk on the snow better. What did I do? What did I do?
He predicted
Draw over the
Chenpao.
stupid line again. I traced over every line in the freaking area. Finally, where was the hole? Where is the hole? What the heck? Just draw solid lines. Ah, I hate art. I've slouched so far in anger. Oh my
That
god,
was a
it
real
should not have
thing? No way, really?
been that difficult to color this freaking cat. But these look more simple than they would if I had time and talent. But basically I pictured
Hear me out. Hear me out, Mikey. You know, I think this might be a little bit crazy, but I think this would be a really good idea. I think you should make its saber tooths or whatever swords. But they're like two different swords. You know what I mean? I think that would be cooking.
its spots as snowflakes. Okay, there we go.
Oh, he's kind of
After
cute.
quite the struggle, I have created a snow leopard Pokemon. I'm calling it Lepout.
Sorry, that's a silly idea. Game Freak would never do that. You're so right.
Leopard and powder. Sounds like Elmer Fudd saying
Lepout.
leopard. Next we got bug. You know, I saw this moth on TikTok the other day. I
Ooh,
think it was
those are
called like the
pretty.
comet moth, and it looked so cool. I think I'm just gonna make it as a Pokemon. And by that I mean I'm just gonna try and draw it because it already looked like a Pokemon. This isn't exactly what it looks like. I'm kind of drawing
Banana
it as
moth!
if its like wings are folded up all the time. I've drawn like kind of a top-down view so you can't really
Looks like a banana.
see his legs, but he's got little legs under here.
Plantain
some
bug?
tassels. Yeah, some other decorative lines. And there we go. We've got a cool moth thing. I know we have multiple moth Pokemon, but the moth was so cool.
Oh, the name of this one is Comatose. There we
Like
go.
the comet
I
moth?
can't pronounce sharp.
It looks cool. All right.
Reverse Roaring Moon. He predicted Roaring Moon.
It's time for the dragon type, and I'm gonna make a cockatrice Pokemon.
Oh, God.
Cockatrice is basically a wyvern or wyvern, however you say it,
dragon.
which is just a dragon with 2 legs and 2 wings. But it's got a rooster head. So I've basically drawn a basic one. I just need to make it a bit more interesting. Maybe I'll give it hands. Maybe I'll have the feathers be on its, more of its body. Well, I've certainly drawn a chicken. Maybe I just need to commit to a color scheme that isn't natural but makes it more like a Pokemon. Why does it do that? Now it just looks really Christmassy. I don't know how this color fill thing works. I did that by accident, but I kind of like it. You know what? Let's leave it. It doesn't look bad. Like the dark purple with the red? Huh, all right, sure. We're calling it Hawkatrice, because that sounds cool. What should be a ghost? What if it's like some kind of cursed idol? A golden statue
never know.
like that Indiana Jones would want, but it's actually just impersonating those? I gave it kind of the headdress like Cusco.
Goldengo. Goldengo.
Because I thought that looked fun. And its eyes are like all spooky.
Goldengo.
Yeah, I kind of like this. Like its eyes don't always look like that. They look like that once it's inflicting its
Nostradamus.
curse. False Scourge. I like this idea. I'm very proud of it. Now for the dark type, which really just requires that the Pokemon is kind of a
That's
jerk.
so funny.
This will be my moose. I've drawn the basic outline of a moose with like
Rio.
extra spiky horns, but now to make it like even more like intense and dark, I'm gonna give it mandibles, which is a bug trait. I'm also wanting them on my moose. I no idea how to draw the other side. I think that was close enough. I'm also gonna give it not wings, but like horns on its back that kind of look like wings, just for like extra imitation. Why do I even try? Okay, and now the horns are gonna be, I don't know, maybe red? Oh, this moose looks mean. And then let's add some markings for visual variety. Maybe his hooves are also red. Maybe he just has like red
What is going on with this? Hello?
accents throughout his fur. We'll call it Doomoose. Glorious. Now it's time for steel, which should really be called the metal type. And because of that, I'm inspired to make a steel type Pokemon that is not made of steel, made of copper. Those of you who are Minecraft fans, you might remember the mob vote from earlier this year.
I don't remember that.
But the Copper Golem was one of them, and it lost, and people were really upset about that. So this Pokemon
Honestly,
is going to be an
valid.
homage to that. It's not gonna look exactly the same, but it's gonna be a Pokemon Copper Golem. Okay, there we go. He's very cubic, which is fine. And maybe
Garganackle.
he has some wires sticking out. And of
It's
course, we have
just Garganackle.
to add a little bit of oxidization. Maybe his eyes will be oxidized. Okay. I mean, he's pretty simple, but I think he's cute. I think he could evolve into a much bigger one, like a Golurk type Pokemon. We'll call it Copmaton. It's not the best wordplay, but I feel like it works. Last one, fairy. Part of the reason I like
Yippee!
Grimmsnarl is because it's a fairy type that's not like cute or pretty, so I want to try and create a Pokemon that's similar. I know this is kind of random, but I'm gonna make it a giraffe. Just cause like the only giraffe Pokemon we have is Girafarig. Whoa!
Farigiraf.
What the?
Whoa.
What did I do? Okay, I clearly didn't draw this thing
Yeah, he's looking into the
to
future.
scale, but you're gonna have to live with it. There we go. No, the pink and where's the gap? There's no gap. I can see the whole thing. What is this feature? It's so dumb. Okay, so I've made a pink and white giraffe. Do I need anything else? Giraffes have really long tongues.
Oh, God.
And this tongue is magical. Anything it grabs with its tongue, it's like
God.
magic. Oh God, I need to end this video. I think a name
No,
here is
please,
pretty
keep
simple.
going.
It's just Magiraffe. Magic Giraffe. And there they are,
Yeah.
all 18 of the Pokemon that I designed.
I actually really like the dart frog.
Today,
The Otassum's kind of silly too.
if you want to make some fan art that's actually good art, send it to my
So
subreddit
I
for a
should
chance
do
to be
this
in the next
too?
meme
That's actually a great stream idea.
review.
I'm gonna need to borrow someone's tablet.
Pokemon meme review. Pick up a hoodie or a t-shirt at mnjtvmerch.com while you still have the time. And thank you so much for watching. With an extra special thanks to my patrons over on Patreon, who are helping support my channel independent of fluctuating YouTube ad rates. If you want to help support me the same way, the link's in the description below. And if you want to check out some more of my fun Pokemon content, I recommend these videos here. All right, that's all I have for now. So until next time, big fans. Gotta catch them all.
I usually like saying with him, but I friggin' messed up. Let's see what these comments said. This idea is genius. Are we allowed to try your Pokemon? If you want to see how the box, probably another time. Pro Lizard, thank you for the 50 bits. I have a better name for this copper golemon. Cuferon. Oh, CU is the symbol for copper. Oh! Bro predicting Tinglu, Chenpao, Sataiden, and Scovillin. I guess, yeah, the orca. We got the I always forget Sataiden's a whale. Yeah, you know what? I'm inclined to think Game Freak looked at his video and was like, this guy's cooking. Let's take his ideas. I am very inclined to think that's what happened. That is so funny. That is hilarious. Could have different typings. Oh, sick. Is there any more recent comments? By recent, I mean within the last year or so. Oh, it's too close to Q font? Oh, maybe. Maybe. What a fun video. That was silly. Oh god, I've been I saved this one for last because I could feel the crash out incoming, all right? Pokemon that wronged me. Oh god. I think we're gonna see Crash Out Mikey incoming. This is gonna be quite the ride.
Michael here, and over my many years of playing
Oh,
Pokemon,
God.
there have been several specific
Miltank the movie.
Pokemon that seem to have gone out of their way to ruin my day. Today I'm going to
Real.
be going over Pokemon that have wronged me, meaning
Oh,
they
God.
did something that upset me so much that I vividly
If Miltank has to be in this video, right?
remember the event to this day. Or, in the case of one specifically, it literally physically injured me. Let's
Wait,
start
what? What?
with the Pokemon that you all expected me to bring up.
Miltank.
Miltank has been my least favorite Pokemon for many years, and that's due to both its
I always forget this picture exists. I always forget this picture exists. Why stop here? Why not? I think that's the question you should be asking.
comfortable design, primarily the floppy sausage nipples, and how frustrated it has made me in the past.
No! God damn it!
The most infamous example is, of course, Whitney's Miltank. This
The
Pokemon
best
seems to
Miltank.
have been intentionally designed to infuriate the player. Let's look at the Gen 4 version of Whitney's Miltank, since that was the first Whitney's Miltank that I ever fought. Miltank has a base stat total of 490, with its most impressive stats being HP, defense, and speed. This means that not only is it hard to KO, but it's likely faster than you as well, especially
Amazing.
that early in the game. And that speed matters because it knows Stomp. If the Stomp user moves first, it has a 30% chance to cause the target to flinch. This means that if Whitney's
Is there anything early game that's faster than this motherfucker?
Miltank outspeeds you, which it probably does, its stomping will prevent you from doing anything almost a third of the time. But that's
Amazing.
not its only way of preventing action. It also has Attract, which is guaranteed to hit on a male Pokemon. You know which Pokemon has an 87.5% chance to be male?
Your starter.
your starter. If your Pokemon ends up infatuated, is slower than Miltank, and Miltank uses Stomp every turn,
I have had plenty of issues with this Pokemon.
then you will get to do nothing 65% of the time, which is horrifying. And don't think you could just use a Ghastly to get around the Stomp problems, because this Miltank has Scrappy, an ability that lets it hit ghost types with normal and fighting type moves.
Amazing.
In addition to preventing you from moving, it also has Rollout, which can absolutely crush your team if it doesn't end up missing, since it gets stronger every turn, and Milk Drink, to heal itself back up even when she's run out.
Whoever designed this very specific Miltank, there's a special place in hell for this person.
Potions. Milk Drink is especially infuriating due to Miltank's bulk. Because it's not frail, you probably have to whittle down its HP over time, but then it can instantly wipe out most of your work with just one milk drink. Status conditions
That
like
is so
poison,
funny.
paralysis, and burn can go a long way toward making Miltank easier to handle, but the Gen 4 version has a Lumberry, meaning you'll have to inflict a status condition twice. The battle is not impossible, of course, but it sure did upset me. My first ever battle against Whitney was when Soul Silver came out in the US back in 2010. And in my first attempt against her, I lost. The first
So did I, brother.
time that had happened to me since my very first Pokemon playthrough of Ruby. I was able to beat her on my second attempt, but I used a full team of 6 Pokemon and a ton of potions and maybe some revives too. So while I did win, it wasn't a satisfying win since I felt like I cheated. I have fought Whitney again several times since then, and the battles have, for the most part, gone more smoothly, but that's because I've gone out of my way to use specific strategies to handle her, like using rock types or the in-game trade Machop. But that very first face-off, the bad memory is burned into my mind. That's not the only Miltank to have ruined my day, though. Back in the Battle Mason in Gen 6, I was determined to get a 50 win streak. I eventually did so in doubles, but before I attempted that, I was doing singles. One of my many
I'm taking Cynthia's Garchomp between Whitney's Miltank any day, brother.
failed attempts was ended by this Miltank. The body slam paralysis it inflicted was frankly traumatizing. I don't remember all the details of the battle, but I do remember being really, really upset about it.
Valid.
The next Pokemon is one that, unlike Miltank, I actually like as a Pokemon. However, there is one in particular that I would love to incinerate within the deepest depths of the Earth's core. Juan's Kingdra. This
Well, that's
Pokemon
very
is
specific.
almost on the same level of evil as Whitney's Miltank, but I think it's less famous because it's only appeared in one game ever, Emerald.
For real.
This is Juan's Kingdra. Its attacking moves are Water Pulse and Ice Beam,
Oh god, the double team.
both moves that can inflict status conditions. Then it has Double Team, a move that anyone that has ever faced it knows is the absolute worst. Boosting evasion is actually banned in Smogon competitive because it shifts the battle from strategy to just stupid luck. Having your moves miss over and over and over again with no way to deal with it is just extremely not fun. This is particularly frustrating with Juan's Kingdra. A lot of double teaming Pokemon will be taken out if you're able to hit them just once. But Juan's Kingdra, thanks to existing before the fairy type, is only weak to Dragon, an uncommon attacking type that it can counter with Ice Beam. This means you're likely trying to take it down with just neutral damage, something that will take a while thanks to the bulk that's a part of its excellent 540 base stat
That stat spread always sends me.
total. In short, that means you'll be whittling its health down slowly, which is a problem because it can rest. With one move, just one move, it can be back up to full HP and remove any status conditions you put on it to circumvent its bulk, like Toxic Poison. Yes, it will have to sleep for 2 turns, but only after the first time thanks to the Chesto Berry. And if it's gotten double teams up, it may just dodge your hits, meaning it's got a complete free heal for nothing. I have faced Juan's Kingdra 3 times in the last couple years. One of them was in my first Team Sky video, but that was fine because I had Rayquaza. The first of the 3 was in my Emerald with No New Moves challenge, where Kingdra took out half of my team by avoiding attacks, barely surviving when they did hit, and healing back up to full multiple times.
I land 2 more while it's sleeping, and it gets me down to red with Ice Beam.
I have to go for Psybeam to KO it before it can rest, and it hits. But this
But it
piece of
barely survived.
garbage, stupid, straw-nosed fish lives with one. I did end up winning my first try, but it was a very long, very frustrating battle. I fought it again in my
I hope that Kingdra is pregnant with. Oh, it is the maximum of kids you can have. Hextuplets.
my Emerald with my original team
Yeah.
video, and it was
Get it? Because male seahorses can get pregnant and multiple pregnancies can hurt a lot. Okay.
It's even worse, getting a freeze at one point. I was so frustrated that I intentionally let it sweep me so I could start over and try to deal with it before it boosted its evasion. The second time I was able to beat it much easier thanks to Leech Seed, one of the few ways to chip away at its health that
Kingdra and Preg. I know, but why would you say that?
rest does not cancel out. In short, the next time I play through Gen 3 Hoenn, I might just play Ruby and Sapphire for the sole purposes of avoiding this thing.
You know what, Rio?
But you know what you should not avoid is subscribing to my channel. Next up is
Get possible?
a security alert at home. I gotta go.
What if I told you to get pregnant? Joke's on you. I have a pregnancy kink. What the fuck is going on here? What in the horror movie? What in the, I was gonna say, Jordan Peele? Is that Thor's hammer?
Grunty boy, why are you in my shower? Oh, you know me, just practicing for the international hula dancing competition. No, obviously I'm showering, you buffoon.
But why in my shower?
You have the largest stash of Dr. Squatch soap, the sponsor of today's video, that I've ever heard of. Look
Is it really that large?
at this.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a really large bar of soap. It's just a bunch of them.
It's like the Leaning Tower of Base.
More like the Leaning Tower of natural and nourishing ingredients with no harsh chemicals.
Ooh, or the Leaning Tower of fantastic scents that will boost your confidence.
Ooh, or the Leaning Tower of being made in the USA.
Ooh, or the Leaning Tower of having your way of showering changed for the better. Ooh.
Yeah!
Or the Leaning Tower of also offering a selection of other products like shampoo and conditioner.
Ooh,
That is
or
pretty
the
sick.
Leaning Tower of their popular and beloved by me scent Pine Tar. Well, I guess that's just
Wait, was Dr. Squatch the one that did like the One Piece freaking soap collab?
part of the tower.
But you clearly get it. Dr. Squatch soap is amazing. That's why I have so much of it.
Oh, I wasn't judging you for having so much.
Soap with TCG players? Not
I
happening.
just wanted some. And you have a lot. And your shower was conveniently located here.
Grunty boy, I've told you this so many times, but you need to buy your own.
New customers can get 20% off orders of $20 or more by using code DSCMNJTV.
The link is in the description below.
Gosh, that is just such a fabulous deal. Not as good as free, though.
Get out.
All right, ta-ta!
Anyways, thanks so much to Dr. Squatch for sponsoring, but now let me get back to the office.
The next Pokemon is not one specific instance of a Pokemon, it's one that I feel wronged by basically every time it shows up. Watchog. This may come as a surprise to some
Lenora's Watchog!
of you, since unlike Miltank and Kingdra, Watchog is not a very strong Pokemon. It's a relatively weak early game normal type.
Look at him, he's
So
all
why is it
angry.
so frustrating for me?
Lenora.
Well, that's because it's a Pokemon that should be defeated easily, but just delays
There's a
its
Marble-clad
defeat
too?
every time by being infuriating. Let's look at the level up moveset for Patrat and Watchog in Gen 5. Patrat gets Hypnosis at level 18, then evolves to Watchog at level 20 where it learns Confuse Ray, and then it gets Super Fang at level 22.
That's
in
so
rapid
funny.
succession, this Pokemon ends up with one of the most annoying movesets in the game. With relative ease, it can stack both Confusion and Sleep onto your Pokemon, meaning that you're not gonna move a lot of the time, and with Confusion, if you don't move, you're taking damage. And then while you're not moving, it's using Super Fang on you. A move that, yeah, it can't OHKO you, but it can do big damage, half of your max HP if you're at full, even if you're using a Pokemon that resists it, like a Rock or a Steel type. Watchog is not particularly difficult to defeat, it's just really annoying.
Facts!
and that annoyingness is amplified by its frequency in the Unova games. First is Lenora's, and then Plasma Grunts seem to adore them. You're dealing with them all the time, and while you're not gonna lose, you are going to have to heal up at least one of your team members most of the time after
goddamn fucking, what is it, a rat? Rat!
one. Watchog's consistent bothersomeness, plus its stupid face, have definitely earned it a spot in my top 10 least favorite Pokemon. Another Pokemon like Watchog that has caused me pain most every time it
Wait, I'm gonna predict Perugly somewhere on this list. There
shows
it
up
has to be.
is Wobbuffet. And why not to a lesser degree? You probably know how bothersome it is to fight a Wobbuffet. It's like playing Russian roulette. You hit it with a physical move, it could use counter and destroy you. You use a special move, and it could use mirror coat and destroy you. You KO it as it uses Destiny Bond, you're dead. And then Safeguard can prevent you from whittling it down with poison or burn. Its ability Shadow Tag also prevents you from swapping to your team member best suited to fight it. Wynot has these same issues, but its stats are a lot worse, so it's a lot easier to KO in just
Fair
one
enough.
hit. Thankfully, in normal playthroughs, Wobbuffets are not encountered very often. But in randomizers, more specifically randomizer Nuzlockes, Wobbuffets kill. A long time ago, I was doing a race to see who could beat the champion first in a randomizer Nuzlocke, and I was on pace to do so, but then the last Pokemon of the champion was a Wobbuffet that not only killed my strongest Pokemon, but delayed me long enough to where I didn't win. It was incredibly upsetting. Plus, any other time I encountered a Wynot or Wobbuffet in a Nuzlocke, it made things super stressful trying to figure out a way to KO it without losing one of your Pokemon. I don't hate Wobbuffet's design, but I certainly don't love it, so with all the stress it has caused me, that's enough for me to resent it to this day. Speaking of Nuzlockes, there are quite a few Pokemon that have wronged me by killing my beloved team members in my Nuzlockes.
You know what,
I've only
that's
done
fair.
a few Nuzlockes, but the deaths from the very first one have stuck with me the most.
That's
if you want
fair.
the full story, check out my video about my first Nuzlocke.
It's a good video.
But to summarize, here are the Pokemon that I still think about to this day and resent as a result because they killed a team member that I really cared about. Mars's Perugly killed
I fucking knew it!
Defcon the Staravia, a random gym trainer's Haunter killed Robin the Golbat,
No.
Cyrus's Gyarados killed Gigawatt the Luxray, Cyrus's Crobat killed Waifu the Gardevoir, and my rival Snorlax killed Ludicrous the Infernape in the last battle before the league. I like most of the species that I just mentioned, but I will always hold on to an unhealthy amount of contempt for these specific ones.
That's fair. I get it. You are attached to those Pokemon. These Pokemon ended their lives. You are so valid.
Now let's shift gears from Pokemon that wronged me with their actions in battle to Pokemon that wronged me with their actions mostly outside of battle. Shiny Pokemon.
Oh, are
the
these,
first
like,
one
missed
being
shiny
Shiny
Pokemon?
Kabuto, the Pokemon that literally caused me physical injury.
I need
Not long
context.
after Pokemon Let's Go came out, I decided to embark on a quest to defeat every Master Trainer using only shiny Pokemon. I enjoyed shiny hunting in that game more than any game previously, and I thought it would be a good quest for me to embark on. I'm happy to report that I did complete it, and you can see the finished journey in this video, but there were some brutally long hunts along the way. I recall Magnemite and Electabuzz taking a really long time, and aside from Mewtwo, which I got pleasantly quickly, the legendary resets took a while as well since there was no way to soft reset. But none of them took as long as Kabuto.
Oh,
You shiny hunt for
no.
Kabuto by manually mashing A
Oh, it's one of these ones.
through the fossil revival process until you run out of fossils, followed by resetting the game and doing it again. What makes this even harder is that the shiny charm does not affect the fossil revival.
It's like the goddamn fossils in the last Legends game.
Meaning I was doing this with the full odds of 1 in 4,096.
Awesome.
It took months and over 7,000 Kabuto encounters, plus the time I spent on Ammonite as well, but I did eventually get the shiny Kabuto.
Let's go!
Remake in X and Y. If I recall enough, oh my god!
That was the longest shiny hunt I will ever do. Notice how I said will ever do. Yes, it's the longest I've ever done, but I will never, ever do a shiny hunt that long again. It was
Why not?
so miserable to the point that I literally sprained my wrist. After months of spending literally hours a day mashing A in one hand or the other with a Joy-Con, I was having some serious wrist pain. Like, I had bought a Game Boy Advance SP for nostalgia's sake, and holding it like this was literally painful to
Yeah, that would hurt.
do, so I couldn't really play it for very long. I eventually went to a hand and wrist doctor and they took some x-rays and they told me that my right wrist was somewhat damaged and my left one was just plain sprained. Shiny hunting literally injured me.
That sucks. Bleeding cause carpal tunnel. Shiny hunting.
Apparently I'm predisposed to wrist problems because I have loose ligaments, which sounds like an excuse a child would make to—
Melissa! Thank you so much for the raid, Melissa. Welcome in. For those who are new here, hi, my name is Poseidon. I'm goddess of the seas, earthquakes, and horses. I'm a VTuber with a VTuber channel agency, Mythos. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I saw your flick Pokemon. How was it? Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. We were just watching an M&J TV video.
Get out of PE, but I swear it's what the doctor told me. I had to wear a brace all day for months.
That sucks.
It was horrible.
That actually really sucks.
And while I'm good now, I still blame Kabuto for taking so darn long.
You're so real. You're so real, Melissa.
That it caused me physical harm. Another shiny Pokemon that wronged me during my shiny master quest was not one that took too long to show up, but one that showed up too often.
Oh,
Shiny
God.
Chansey. In Let's Go, there are certain Pokemon that show up as special spawns, also called rare spawns by some places. If you don't have a catch combo, they're very rare. But the larger your catch combo for a particular Pokemon, the more likely they are to show up. If you get to a catch combo of 31, the number needed for maximum shiny odds, the special spawn Pokemon is basically guaranteed to be there. Only one can show up at a time, but there will basically always be one. You run into one to get rid of it, another one shows up immediately. This is why I don't really like the term rare spawn when referring to these Pokemon. Because yeah, they start out really rare, but after a catch combo that's high enough, they're not rare at all. Due to the nature of Let's Go shiny hunting, this means that in most places, you'll have a special spawn Pokemon running around the field at all times. And Chansey is by far the most common special spawn in the game before you unlock the flying ones, Charizard and Dragonite. This led to me getting a lot of shiny Chanseys. It's clearly annoying to get a wrong shiny that you already have when you're hunting for one that you don't already have. But during my Let's Go hunts, there were multiple times where I would get several shiny Chanseys before I even got the one shiny I was looking for. And it was even more frustrating because there was only ever one Chansey on screen at a time. Whereas like Magnemite, for example, there'd be several around at one time, and yet I was getting all these shiny Chanseys when I just needed one Magnemite. I got so many of these that you can literally—
How many?
Watch my sanity dwindle over time as more and more showed up.
Aw, man. Everything is garbage. Come on! I hate you! You've got to be kidding me! I predicted it! I called it! I said we were gonna get another freaking shiny Chansey before a shiny Magnemite showed up, and I was right! You've got to be kidding me!
That's so funny!
I'm gonna die! Oh, come on.
That's so real. The crash out.
Come on, are you kidding me? Oh, man. Why does this keep happening to me? Why do these stupid shiny Chanseys? I've seen so many
He's so tired of seeing the green ball.
Scythers. I've seen so many Scythers. Look at all those Scythers. There's 3 times as many Scythers as Chanseys on screen right now. But no, it's a shiny Chansey.
And then a couple years later, I thought I was done with Shiny Chansey because I had finished shiny hunting in Let's Go. But then a video I did with Pokemon 7 recently proved that Shiny Chansey can always come back with a vengeance. The
Always
video was the
haunting you.
first to get a shiny rainbow team wins, and in this moment, I needed specifically an orange shiny.
What color is Chansey?
It's like greenish, man.
I feel like an argument
I think it's green.
could be made for it being orange.
Orange?
The Chansey is orange if you say the words. Subscribe to Purpleclip in your community tab.
Ooh, wait a minute.
In my community tab? Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Come on.
Watch after all this, I don't catch it. Second to last Pokeball.
Oh my god, please don't tell me he doesn't catch it.
Oh, come on.
Instantly broke out. Chansey, I swear to God. B! 1, 2, no!
Yes! Yes! That's why you don't pay off the refs, Mikey! That's why you can't do it!
Chansey has just earned a spot in my top 10 least favorite Pokemon. Come on.
Watch after all this, I don't catch it.
Yeah, Shiny Chansey is a massive jerk. The final shiny Pokemon that have wronged me are the ones that got away. The ones that I failed.
Oh, these are the
Not
sad ones.
on purpose. I failed most of the shiny Chanseys because I didn't want them. I am aware of
Real.
only 3 legit ones. One of them was a shiny Golbat in Let's Go.
Always the green shinies, brother.
Spawned in a cave as I was
Always
going
the
up
green
a ladder,
ones.
and therefore was gone. However, that one didn't really upset me since I already had several shiny Zubats or Golbats at the time, and so I would have run from it anyways because I didn't want to break my catch combo. So I
Fair,
don't count
fair,
that one as
fair.
wronging me. But the other 2 were shiny fails that I was upset about. One of them was shiny Weepinbell. I don't have the footage anymore,
Again, green.
but it happened on a stream. I was horde hunting in my X version, looking for something that was not
My mama told me to never trust green shiny Pokemon.
Weepinbell, and the horde of Weepinbell showed up. I didn't see the sparkles, and since shiny Weepinbell doesn't look that different from regular Weepinbell, especially in X and Y when the color saturation is not very good, I ran from the battle, never having seen it. The chat
man.
informed me that this happened, and I was so upset that I immediately ended the stream. And the other fail
Valid.
was my first ever shiny, a shiny Electrike in my
Okay, it's not green.
original Ruby. And it definitely wronged me. It broke out of all of my Pokeballs. I did get a shiny Electrike in Omega Ruby many years later as kind of
Green
a
shinies are the
reclaiming
worst. I am almost inclined to agree with you because I don't like green shinies that much.
thing. But
I
I would
like the pink, purple, and blue ones.
have preferred to catch the
But if you mix yellow and blue, you get green.
first ever shiny that I found. And the last Pokemon that wronged me was Helioptile.
Aw, how
Not
could you
for
hate that
being
thing?
tough to battle or being a shiny that caused me some kind of
What did
frustration,
Helioptile do?
but for evolving with a stone. For
What?
some reason, when I played X for the first time, I decided I was going to try to just figure it out without looking anything up. And so I had a Helioptile on my team and leveled this thing up to like level 45, and it still hadn't evolved, and it was
Okay, but is this the Helioptile's fault? The Helioptile didn't do anything, okay? Green Espeon is a crime, and that is a hill I will die on. I think green Espeon is a little ugly.
sucking at that point in the game. So eventually I gave in and looked up and saw that I could have evolved it with a Sunstone many, many hours previously. So that was dumb. You should always look up evolution methods, but I still blame Helioptile for not just evolving by level up.
That's not his fault!
Thanks so much for watching, and an extra special thanks to my patrons over on
That's not his
Patreon who are
fault.
helping support my channel independent of fluctuating YouTube ad rates. If you want to help support me in the same way, the link is in the description below. Also, if you want to check out some more of my fun Pokemon content, I recommend these videos here. All right, that's all I have for now, so until next time, big fans. Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all. I miss when he does that. I don't know why he stopped doing it, but me sad. Upsig, I did my best. I did my best. Anyways, that was all the videos we have today. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know what we're gonna do. We have 25 minutes. What are we gonna do? Well, what shall we do, chat? These are Galarian Yaw mask. Hold on, let me change my background real quick. There we go, it's all nighttime now. It's all nighttime now. Spin the bottle, champions. I left my Switch in my bedroom. And I don't know if I want to get out and get it. There's Squirtle. We could do Squirtle. Pokofia. Oh, dude. I logged into Pokofia, like, I think last week. And I looked into my island and I was like, this looks like ass. Wow! Mardorable! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! For those of you here, hi, my name is Poseidon, the goddess of the seas, earthquakes, and horses, and I'm a VTuber with a VTuber talent, Mythos. Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you guys had a wonderful stream! What'd you guys do? Did you guys have fun? Did you guys do anything fun? Oh, thank you so much for the raid on Twitch. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. We just finished watching some MNG TV videos. Lucky beam. What we do every night, Piggy, we try to take over the world. What? Oh god. No, actually the making my own Pokemon is low-key kind of a banger stream idea. Because if you did not know, I'm actually Bob Ross reincarnated. Yes. We try to take over the TCG world, and that's facts, because I really like TCGs. I think TCGs are a lot of fun. We gotta use MS Paint. Facts. Is that even still installed in my computer? I think Paint is still a thing. It has to be. There's no fucking way. What do we make Pokemon based on VTubers? I should make Pokemon based on all the Mythos talents. I think that would be a lot of fun. That would be, like, honestly, kind of stupidly fun. I would make Thor a thunder hamster. Because she gives me hamster energy. She gives me very much, like thunder hamster energy. And it would be kind of silly. It would be kind of funny. Would you still be a horse? Of course I would. Of course I would be a horse. Why wouldn't I be a horse? Why wouldn't I be a horse? What would Apollo would have to be a bird, right? She would have to be like a chicken. Dio. I don't know. Loki has to be a snake. Dio. What about hippocampus? True. Han-sided. There's Nordic gods and Mythos now. Yeah, they've been around now for about 2 weeks now. They got announced on Twitter. They haven't debuted yet, though. They have not debuted yet. Time to glaze them. Yes, we have a Norse wave coming. I don't know when their debut date is, but the Norse wave is Loki, Thor, Odin, and Freya. Yes, very, very excited. Yes. I'm very excited for them to debut. More talents in Mythos. Hell yeah. And they're very awesome. Yeah, there's no official debut date yet. Never mind. Listen, man, I told you about it yesterday. I said I had big tits, and you didn't believe me. That was on you, my guy. Would Zeus be Ghost Electric? I think so. Even if NDAs. I love Big Titty. Listen, man, yesterday I did a collab and they followed me and I'm like, brother, I don't think you understand. I have really big tits. Because I was sharing the screen with 4 other VTubers in a game. I was like, I only looked like this, okay? I literally looked like this, okay? You couldn't really tell I had big titties. Why'd you follow me back? Hello? Forgot it's a follower-only chat. They're just filled with seawater. I can neither confirm nor deny that, but just know I have big boobs. I can see why I'm R-rated. Not my fault. Dude, oh my god, I could talk about this. So yesterday, I have something to say. This never happened because you said that I'm screenshotting this and saving it on 5 different hard drives. So yesterday, I was like working, right? I was just doing some schoolwork. My father calls me, okay? Just to give you context, my dad and I, he lives in another country and we don't talk like too much. We like call each other like about every week or so. You know, he's a very busy guy, all of that, right? Anyways, so he called me yesterday and he was just like, hey, how are you? I'm like, I'm doing great, how are you? I haven't talked to you in like a week or so. He's like, yeah, you know, it's good. So, what is this like YouTube video you did with your mother? And to give you context, my dad knows what I do, but the thing with my dad, he's very boomer. He doesn't understand this, okay? He doesn't understand VTubing. So in his head, right? In his head, he thought I was like, I guess he thought I was just like a social media manager, which I was like, okay, you know, I can see maybe where you made that assumption. So then he was like, so what is this like anime girl or whatever? Why does she have big tits? How do you explain to your father that? And I was like, I don't know. And then he was like, why did you make a YouTube video with your mother? And to give you context, my mom, when the YouTube video with her launched on my YouTube channel, I told her not to do this, but she did it anyways. She freaking sent the video to my entire family in the Philippines. Mind you, I don't talk to them very often. They have no idea that I am a VTuber, okay? They have no idea. And then I get a call and they're like, what is this YouTube channel? Is this really you? Yeah. So the video made it to my dad. Yes, I'm Filipino. Putang ina mo! Oi, Sai! Is this really you? Like, fuck! Ah! Ina, I am Filipino. I am Filipino. I'm 100% Filipino. So, the video made it to my father. And he was like, what is this? And you want to know something? The first thing he said, and after he freaking asked, like, why do I mean boobs? He was like, so, did your mom say anything bad about me while you were filming the video? And I'm just like, brother, why are you asking me? My parents are separated. They've been for a very long time. So, yeah, I don't even know how to explain that. I don't even know. So I'm really hoping my family, I don't know if they watch my channel. I don't know how much. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know how much of my content that they have seen, okay? For all I know, they've probably only seen that video or they've watched every single video and I don't know. Maybe someone's watching this stream. And if you're one of my family members, please don't chat. Please don't. I will cry. I asked my mom, I said, why did you send it to the family after I told you not to? And she was just like, you should be very proud of yourself. You should be very proud of yourself. And I wanted to show how proud I was of you. And I'm just like, brother, no. The Psy family sounds like a sitcom. in the nicest way possible. I love them, but they are such a mess. In the nicest way possible. I love my family. It's just, I mean, I guess maybe a lot of people can just say that about Filipino families. They're just, it's a wonderful mess, but still a mess. All of Atlantis knows. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, I don't think she realized the consequences of her actions. So I told my mom, I said, please, please, please do not send any of this to family, please. It might be Sai's cousin, what the fuck? Sai's cousin? The word spreads across the currents fast. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. After that, I was like, should I do... People were like, can you do a YouTube video with your dad? And I'm sitting here like, no. My dad lives in another country. He lives in good old Canada. Like I don't know how I'd film a video with him. Dude, he's like barely like tech literate. I can't. You know your C friends, you know, like my IRL friends. Resident, thank you so much for the 29 months. Timer's looking low. Dude, no. Let me free tonight, man. Let me free tonight. It looks fine. You're so right, Midnight Castle. You're so freaking right. Dear God. Don't fucking crash out. I love my Filipino family, though. I love it. Mahal. It will never leave. And who's going to stop me? And who's going to stop me? Let her leave. I agree. I agree. I agree. Somebody should gift 1,000 subs. If somebody gives 1,000 subs, I will end stream. Talk about Professor Sick. Which clip? Wait, which one though? Okay, you guys cannot make fun of me for liking Professor Sycamore and saying he's hot. Like, that's not a controversial take. That is just facts. That is literally just facts. But it's way funnier this way. Funny for who? You or me? You or me, brother? You or me? That is the most normal take, Pokemon take ever, and that's what I'm saying. I donated 6-7 subs before. Nothing funny. That's also facts. That is also facts. Midnight Castle has gifted 6-7 subs before. Making fun of me. Listen, man. You cannot, okay, look up Professor Sycamore Pokemon and you come back and tell me he isn't sexy. She banned me from gifting more. That's also facts. I'm on timeout. He's on timeout forever. Until the end of time. Crime, he's not in ZA. You know what? I can forgive that because Corbeau is in ZA. I will forgive that. I will forgive that. That's fine. I'm a straight guy, and I can even admit it. Sycamore's a good-looking dude. He is. He's very sexy. He's a very pretty boy. He's a very, very pretty boy. I will say, though, Professor Turo and Professor Sada give him a run for his money. I will say that. And he's French. Automatic plus. Automatic plus. I am a basic girl, and I will say that French accents do be kind of sexy. Oh yeah, Sada slams it, 100%. I think she's mommy. Mother. That is mother. Too bad she's dead. Spoiler alert, sorry. Too bad she's no longer alive. Spoiler alert. Okay, it's been what? Oh, like almost 4 years since Scarlet and Violet. God, she could slam. Real. I will never disagree with you on that. I spoil. Listen, if you haven't played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet by 2026 and you're a Pokemon fan, there's no more spoiler warnings, all right? You are just going to get spoiled. What's next? N is gets his son. No fucking way! No way! I had no idea! That would be hilarious, though. Silver's Giovanni's son, though. True. Next, you'll tell me that N's name is Natural Harmonia Gropius. Please tell me you're joking. Please tell. Wait, I'm looking this up. N full name Pokemon. Huh? Wait, that is his full name? Hi guys, imagine going to like school, right? It's your first day in kindergarten. And like you do like the little introduction. Yeah guys, my name is Natural Harmonious Gropius. And I really like the color green. Like, what the fuck? It's me, Captain Gropius. Shout out to Captain Planet, I missed that guy. Professor Sada may be unalived, but AI Sada is still wood. It's okay. In 2026, it's okay to fuck robots, I guess. He fights pollution. He's here to protect the planet. He likes groping naturals in harmony. What does that even mean? Are you talking about like groping natural boobies? Hold up, I'm tweeting about this. What's natural what? Natural Harmonia Gropius? What the fuck kind of name is this? What the heck? First of all, who named him? Because I swear to God, if it's his father, I'm throwing hands. I actually called CPS for that. I feel like that's setting up your child for lifelong bullying. Boobies don't grow in the wild. Yeah, they grow on chests. Prime example, me. Nootropius evolution just dropped. Getsus was drunk when he named him. Oh my goodness. I will say Getsus is kind of sexy too. Getsus is kind of sexy. Oh my god, yeah, his full name is Getsus Harmonia Gropius. What kind of fuck-ass name is this? Is there anyone you wouldn't fuck, Sai? Let me think about that one. I don't think I would fuck Guzma. I think he's not my type. I think he's a little too silly for me. Who's Dennis? The Menace? No wonder why Getsus and N have beef. Facts. There's a lot of reasons why Child Protective Services should have been called on Getsus. That's also facts. Dennis the Menace. God, I'm old. I love Dennis the Menace. Where's Professor Samson Oak on that list? I don't know. I wouldn't fuck Professor Oak. I'm not into like old men like that. Listen, I like older men, but not like that. Like I think there's like a well, too old now. CVS doesn't exist in the Pokemon world, and somebody needs to do something about that. Well, I feel like if CPS existed in the Pokemon world, there would be a lot of issues, you know, like letting your child out into the world at the age of 10. You know what, if I was let out of the world at the age of 10, I think I would have died within the first week. I'm being so dead ass. I think I would have like, I would not know how to survive. CPS has to exist. Have you seen the Pokemon those kids have? No. You want to know how I know CPS doesn't exist? Grandpa is burning down children's houses. Okay? How are parents okay with this? Their 10 is like our 15, but they're still 10 years old. They're still 10. Age of 10, when we were let loose in the neighborhood, we would drink from water hoses. Yeah, there's hypnos, kidnapping children, drift loons. Like, what the fuck? Regular oak, pass. Samsung oak, pass. You know, I just pass all of the oaks at this point. They can all kick rocks. Just kick the bucket, bro. I think I would say the same about Gen 4 Professor Rowan. Yes, I would not smash Professor Rowan. I would smash Professor Juniper. Professor Juniper is a 100% smash. Yeah, Litwick draining the life from children. What is it with all these Pokemon being weird with kids? That's weird. Kukui, listen. That man's hot and so is his wife. Listen, if they wanted to, like, you know, have a third partner, you know what I mean, in the relationship, I would not say no. Professor Kukui and his wife, what's his wife's name? Burnett or something? I'm looking this up. Professor Kukui's wife. Yeah, there we go, Burnett. That's her name. Yeah, you know, I'm not too cuckoo crazy about Kadabra. NTR. Not the NTR. Alola doesn't have triple battles. That's true. That was a fun format, but I also feel like it was such a mess. Such a mess. I mean, does SOS count? I guess it's like 5v1, maybe not. There's a Typhlosion document. We pretend that doesn't exist. Lucamine, dude. I will say, I would also smash Lucamine, but I would not get in a relationship with her. She's a little too, there's a few screws, too many screws loose for me. I feel like she would hit me. I feel like she would hit me and I would be very scared. I would be very, very scared. I wonder if they knew what they were expecting. Probably not. Probably not. We're watching the new Team Sky probably in a few weeks. The video is very long and I don't have a lot of time to dedicate to just reacting to one video. Right now, I just need to get as many videos I can react to as much as I can because of school. Because I'll be gone for a little bit too. So we probably won't be for a while. Lucamine is kind of single. What happened to Lily's dad? What happened to her father? I would not fuck Faba. Sorry, smash Faba. Faba, I'm good, brother. Faba's a little too freaky for me, I'm not gonna lie. Anime Lucamine's a lot more tame than game Lucamine. He's on an island. Oh yeah, he did fall in a hole, didn't he? Her dad, oh yeah! Her dad's running the Pelago? Pogo Isle? That farm? I don't know. You know, he's just living his best life. I will say, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of him being a little bit of a deadbeat. You know, justice for Lily and Gladion. The Ultra Games fixed that. Too bad I didn't play the Ultra Games because I thought the Ultra Games were a little bit bums. Not gonna lie. He lost his memories, true. True. God, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit of like not a big Gen 7 glazer. I'm not really a big fan of Gen 7. It's not really my my gen, you know. There's like some gens I don't connect with, there's some I do. Like I really love Gen 4, 5. I really love 6 as well. I like Gen 8 a lot. I'm like okay with Gen 3 and 1. Gen 9 is like maybe I've been warming up to Gen 9. Gen 2 is pretty cool too. My friend had an unhealthy obsession with Kabu. Kabu? Kabu? Let me look up Kabu. Oh! He's not like old, but he's definitely seasoned. I kind of get it, actually. I kind of get it. I kind of get it. She's a governor. I didn't know he was originally from Holland. I did not remember that part. I will say Nessa. No, hold on. I like Nessa a lot. She's really hot. But hear me out. Melanie, mommy, ice mommy, ice mother. Fit old guy. Yeah, he's definitely fit. Takes care of himself. I can see that as attractive. I can see that on that being attractive. I get it. I get it. You know who I think is hot? What's her name? Rika from Gen 9. Rika from Gen 9. Oh god, she's so sexy. She is so sexy. I love her. She's hot. Tulip's cool, I guess. I do like Katie. Katie's cute. I would not smash Iona though. Rhyme? Maybe. Actually, I think I would smash Rhyme. She's a bit on the older side, but it looks like she really does take care of herself. Dendra? Oh, that's right. I forgot about Dendra. I forgot. Clara? Yeah, I like Clara a lot. She's definitely, woo! Little few screws loose in her head, but not too bad. Not too bad. Oh my god! Is this it? Guys, this might be it. Are we gonna just go? Are we just going over Smash or Pass? Maybe. I would have to make something for it. I did Carmine at first. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Remove this timer now. It's over. It's so Jover. Time for the 3-month hiatus. We're back to regular scheduled programming. Sai is gonna G-word now? No, I'm not G-wording. G-wording's a little extreme. Yeah, timer's turned off now. I guess I could, wait, hold up. Stop timer. Now it's officially over. Nothing can get added anymore. Sai's getting old now. Chat is G-wording. Wait, days? How long has it been since December 14th, 2025. Have you learned not uncapathons? It's been 4 months and 17 days. 4 months and 17 days. We're so over. Not long enough. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't never be cheat again. It's only gonna be a week, she said. 4 months later. There's someone I know who's been the same setup for more than 12 months. Let's go. We didn't break the record. We didn't break the record. It's kind of bittersweet, I'm not gonna lie. But, part of me is kind of glad we didn't get to Ironmon, because that would have been probably very, very crash out stream. Very, very much crash out time. So I was growing tired. That's not true. I'm still gonna be streaming. I will say the next 2 weeks are gonna be a little bit, it's probably gonna be, I'm telling you now, I'm probably for sure streaming Tuesday next week and Thursday. So you're only getting 2 streams next week. And then you guys are probably not gonna get streams for like another week. Yeah, it's gonna be quite, I'm finishing classes, so I need to lock in, especially because some of these classes are like asking a lot for me for finals. You know, it sucks because like most of my grade is for some of these finals. Yeah. Well, I'm glad subathon's over now, which means I should probably end the stream because I actually have some things I need to do. But yeah. I don't know if we're gonna do another one. I'm not entirely opposed to doing an uncapped one in the future, but we probably won't do like another like a-thon for a while. I was like heavily considering it for like my birthday coming up in July, but I don't know. I don't know if I feel good about doing that. I know I did it last year, but I was just kind of like, eh. Do a capped one to see how fast we can reach it. See, here's the thing. I mentioned it earlier, but like sorry. Whenever I did like capped ones, like there were times where the main goals were never hit, and then like I would never hit like all the stretch goals. So that's why this time around I was like, I'm gonna do uncapped. It's probably not all gonna get hit. Yeah, big mistake. So yeah. That means I probably need to process all of the subs. All the winners. I think Anonymous did actually gift the most, but unfortunately, because they did it anonymously, I don't think I can give them the VIP, or not VIP, but like the thing, because there's no way for me to verify. I wish there was a way, but I also understand why someone would anonymously gift. They probably just didn't. They just, again, wanted to do anonymous, and I respect that. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, why'd you do that? You know, but, yar. We'll probably have to do that very soon. Top donor, 2nd place, as well as 3rd place. Explained why, I remember. I don't know, I don't even know who it is, and there's no way for me to verify, unfortunately, so, yeah. I will be wrapping it up now. Now the timer has hit 0. I'll probably do a thank you subathon post sometime tomorrow because I need to do stuff tonight. But anyways, I guess now that subathon is over, thank you guys so much for the fun subathon. We'll probably be going back to regular scheduled programming, as if I wasn't kind of already on regular scheduled programming. But what do you call it? I'm streaming twice next week, and then the week after, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. So, yeah, you guys will probably not get any Psy schedules until, probably mid-May. I do have something coming up in, May, so hopefully we can do something fun. in a few weeks. I have a project that's been worked on for quite some time, so hopefully you guys can, it'll be done in time. So by the time I'm done with class, we'll have like a cool thing. Anyways, thank you guys for the wonderful subathon. It was a lot of fun. I appreciate all of you being here. And yeah, reminder, we are your free laborers, so leave any coding to us. I could not ask my chat to code for me, man. I could not do that. I could not. That would be kind of very dishonest of me. I'll miss you saying, guys, I'm not dead. I'm not fucking dying. I'm not gonna die. Just no subathon anymore. There's no more goals. Better than using AI, true. Unfortunately, though, AI could code. We are at this age now. She was so pretty, I can almost remember what she looks like. No, for real. I'm very, very grateful. Over 4,000 subs was definitely not expected at all. So. Anyways, I won't be streaming till probably Tuesday. We're probably gonna react more on Tuesday. Maybe play game, I don't know. We'll see. I need to get some react videos up on the channel because there will be some time I will be away working on school and getting some stuff done. So I need to keep the channels alive. But speaking of channels, if you haven't done so yet, go join my Discord. That's the best way to know whenever I'm live, any announcements and all the sorts. Please go join the Discord. That is the best way to know. I usually let my Discord know things first before I put it on Twitter or anything like that. Speaking of Twitter, go follow me on all my socials, Poseidon Mythos on everything. And also go subscribe to my second channel, Size Trident. And if you haven't done so yet, go pick up yourself some wonderful Poseidon merch because you will look absolutely awesome at your TCG locals with it. You should totally go do that. Yes. Ace your exams. I will do my best. I cannot promise, but I will do my best. Get your degree, queen. C's get degrees. I'm just kidding. I need to keep up a certain GPA. Anyways, I am gonna head out. Thank you guys for the wonderful subathon. I appreciate every single one of you. And I'll see you guys probably on Tuesday. No promises, but that's the day I want to stream. Anyways, take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful weekend. Have fun. Be safe. And I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.